Chapter 434. First update here. Shangguan Zhenlong's strength was beyond doubt to become the head of a sect. He was even stronger than an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist. According to the star-level classification, he should be at the early 2-star level, which was not much different. If Shangguan Zhenlong could obtain a suitable pseudo-spiritual weapon, his battle strength would increase again. However, Shangguan Zhenlong was defeated by Chen Zong, which made Chen Zong have a clearer understanding of his own strength. According to Shangguan Zhenlong, the alliance master of the true martial alliance, Luo Zhongba, was slightly stronger than him, but not by much. As for the sect master of the Black Demon sect, he wasn't sure because he hadn't fought yet. Shangguan Zhenlong knew that Chen Zong was very strong. At the very least, he was not inferior to Luo Zhongba. Shangguan Zhenlong was relieved. With such strength, even if he could not take back the flying martial city, he could at least escape unscathed. Later, after discussing with Chen Zong, Shangguan Zhenlong gathered the senior members of the true martial sect and appointed Chen Zong as the deputy head of the true martial sect, which was also the first deputy head of the true martial sect so far. If the Chen family wanted to truly rise, some status was indispensable, so Chen Zong did not refuse the position of deputy head. After all, he would not stay in the Eastern Land for too long, so he had to leave something for the Chen family. Regarding Chen Zong's appointment as the deputy head of the true martial sect, some people agreed, while others disagreed. Those who agreed were Shangguan Zhenlong and the 3 LV9 true martial realm elders, while those who disagreed were naturally others. But no matter what, Shangguan Zhenlong directly went against the opinions of the masses, and for the first time, he used a strong attitude to suppress everyone's opposition. Later, Chen Zong brought along the 3rd elder, who was one of the few LV9 true martial realm martial artists in the true martial sect. There were also 2 LV8 true martial realm martial artists, and 2 LV7 true martial realm martial artists. The 2 LV8 true martial realm martial artists were related to the 3rd elder. As for the 2 LV7 true martial realm martial artists, they were Huan Yunjinren and Meng Xinping. From Chen Zong's point of view, taking back the flying martial city was a sure thing. Naturally, he would take the Chen family's people to gain some benefits, which would be more beneficial for his development. However, from the other's point of view, he was taking the Chen family's only 2 real martial realm martial artists to their death. "Grandpa, is it a good idea to stake everything on one throw?" asked a beautiful young woman with purple hair. She was Shangguan Zhenlong's granddaughter and one of the top 3 geniuses of the true martial alliance, Purple Moon geniuses. "I believe in him." Shangguan Zhenlong's tone was filled with strength and inexplicable confidence. A martial artist at the late stage of LV6 of the genuine martial realm was more powerful than him. How terrifying was that? There were a total of 6 people, and the lowest cultivation was at the 7th level of the true martial realm. They used their movement skills and left the Royal Martial Main City at lightning speed, heading towards the Flying Martial City. The distance between the Royal Martial Main City and the Flying Martial City was not far. At least, with the speed of the 6 people, they arrived in less than half a day. The outline of the Flying Martial City was clearly visible. In the Flying Martial City, there are 2 9th-level true martial realm martial artists, 5 8th-level true martial realm martial artists, and 10 7th-level true martial realm martial artists. In addition, there are hundreds of early and middle-stage true martial realm martial artists. The 3rd elder said in a low voice, his eyes full of fear. The Flying Martial City was only a martial city. It was not worthwhile to send so many powerful martial artists to guard it. In fact, they did not even need half of them. However, the Black Demon sect did this in order to prevent the true martial sect from taking it back. Moreover, if the true martial sect wanted to take action, they would have to consider the consequences. Once they took action, they would suffer heavy losses. This was an overt scheme. This was using force to oppress people. They were confident in their own strength. It was also an invisible provocation and contempt. "What should we do?" asked an 8th level true martial realm martial artist in a low voice. "Well, I think we should come up with a plan," another 8th level true martial realm martial artist also said. They were not clear about Chen Zong's strength, so they were not willing to be sent here. "There is no need for a plan. Let's just kill our way in." Chen Zong's voice fell, and his figure swept forward. The third elder was stunned. Although Sect Master Shangguan Zhenlong had said that Chen Zong was very strong, even stronger than him, it was hard to believe without seeing it with his own eyes. After all, Chen Zong's cultivation was only at the late stage of the 6th level true martial realm. As for the two 8th level true martial realm martial artists, they were dumbfounded. It was as if their brains had short-circuited, and they could not react at all. However, Venerable Huan Yun did not hesitate. He immediately set out to follow Chen Zong. Even if he was going to die, he would not turn back. Meng Xinping, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment, but also set out to follow. "Let's go." The third elder reacted and quickly followed. At the same time, he said to the two 8th level true martial realm martial artists. The two 8th level true martial realm martial artists looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and set out to follow. However, their speed was not fast. It seemed that they planned to retreat as soon as they saw that the situation was not good. They leaped onto the city wall. "Who is it? Take him down." There were martial artists of the Black Demon sect guarding the city wall. Chen Zong could instantly distinguish that the aura of these people was completely different, with a trace of the brutality of demonic beasts. Without making a sound, Chen Zong's answer was to attack. The sharp sword light tore through the sky. It was as swift and overbearing as lightning and thunder. It was invincible and unstoppable. Dozens of martial artists of the Black Demon sect were killed. Chen Zong's figure did not have the slightest intention of stopping. He quickly leaped over the city wall and flew forward. He did not hide his aura fluctuation, and even deliberately spread his aura fluctuation to attract the martial artists of the Black Demon sect. The third elder and the others also leaped over the city wall. Looking at Chen Zong's undisguised figure and powerful aura, it was as dazzling as the sun suddenly shining in the dark night. The third elder did not know how to describe it. He could only smile bitterly. Crazy, it was really too crazy. Too arrogant. "If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Seeing Chen Zong's brazen appearance, the two martial artists of the 8th LV of the true martial realm stopped their step. They stopped on the city wall and did not move forward. In their opinion, with such strength and arrogance, breaking into the flying martial city was tantamount to delivering oneself to the mouth of the Black Demon sect. They did not want to be buried together with him. "He thinks his talent is good. He is overconfident. Let's ignore him. We will stay here and watch. If the situation is not right, we will leave immediately." The two martial artists of the 8th LV of the true martial realm had already made up their minds. Chen Zong knew that the two did not follow, but he did not care. He brought them here to give them benefits. Since they did not know how to take advantage of the situation, it was their business. Taoist Master Huan Yun and Meng Xinping followed closely, and so did the third elder. Soon, the Black Demon sect's martial artists, who were guarding the flying martial city, arrived one after another, forming an encirclement around Chen Zong's group. "I was wondering who it was. So it is the people of the true martial sect. Very courageous." The two martial artists of the 9th LV of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect arrived. They glanced around and finally stopped on the third elder's face. Of course, they recognized the third elder of the true martial sect. "Oh, isn't this Taoist Master Huan Yun? You are still alive." A cold voice sounded with a bit of surprise, but soon turned into a sinister smile. "I will live better than you." Taoist Master Huan Yun looked over. It was a middle-aged man with sunken cheeks and dark skin. It was Taoist Master Heishui of the Black Demon sect. Taoist Master Huan Yun was injured by him before. 2/9 LV of the true martial realm, 5/8 LV of the true martial realm, 10/7 LV of the true martial realm, and dozens of middle and early stage true martial realm martial artists. It could be said that all the martial artists of the Black Demon sect guarding the flying martial city had arrived. I didn't expect the people of the true martial sect to really dare to come. The martial artists of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect were full of ridicule. They were guarding this place, of course, to wait for the people of the true martial sect to arrive. However, they expected that the people of the true martial sect would not be so stupid. They didn't expect that someone would actually come. Moreover, it was an elder, one of the only 4/9 LV of the true martial realm. In addition, there were 2/7 LV of the true martial realm and 1/6 LV of the true martial realm. However, no matter what, since they had come here, they could forget about going back. The people of the Black Demon sect planned to capture these people alive and bring them back to fuse with the blood of demon beasts. If the fusion was successful, the combat strength of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect would increase. According to this method, the Black Demon sect would continue to grow and eventually completely rule the Eastern land. It had to be said that the Black Demon sect's plan was very, very good. Do you want to surrender or be beaten half to death? The people of the Black Demon sect gave them two choices. The third elder, Taoist Master Huan Yun, and Meng Xinping all had solemn expressions. They were under great pressure. In this situation, even if they desperately used their full strength, it would be difficult to kill them. Chernzong, find a chance to leave. Taoist Master Huan Yun transmitted his voice to Chernzong. He knew that Chernzong was much stronger than him, but the situation in front of him was really unexpected. Chernzong was extremely talented. As long as he could leave alive and become stronger in the future, he could take revenge. Third Elder, Uncle Yun, Elder Meng, you three be careful. Chernzong's voice sounded in their ears at the same time. In the next moment, two swords were unsheathed. The bright silver sword light with extreme sharpness and dominance tore the sky apart. Kill. You dare to make a move! Kill him. The 2/9 LV of the Black Demon sect were furious. Killing intent filled the air, but they didn't make a move. A mere 6th LV of the true martial realm was too low for their status. The one who made a move was a 7th LV of the true martial realm. His palm became as big as a millstone. The center of his palm was concave and contained a tyrannical power. It was like the power of a volcano that was about to erupt and destroy everything. The roar was like thunder, shaking the void. The silver sword light broke through the air and directly pierced through the palm. Before anyone could react, the sword light went forward and pierced through the head of the 7th LV of the true martial realm. When the sword light dissipated, the 7th LV of the true martial realm also fell back, dead. Not only were the third elder, Taoist Master Huan Yun, and Meng Xinping unable to react, the group of true martial realm warriors of the Black Demon sect were also unable to react. Their minds were still stuck on the scene of the 7th LV of the true martial realm attacking. They even thought that Chernzong would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. They were in a daze, but Chernzong wouldn't be in a daze. The sword light rose again and attacked another person, who was at the 8th LV of the true martial realm. He didn't hold back his strength. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill without mercy. Chapter 435. Second Update. In the blink of an eye, the Black Demon sect had lost one LV7 true martial realm and one LV8 true martial realm. Horrifying. Extremely horrifying. Kill him. A sharp voice tore through the sky and pierced everyone's eardrums. Even those who were far away felt their eardrums hurt when they heard this voice. The two LV9 true martial realm warriors of the Black Demon sect attacked mercilessly, attacking Chen Zong from the left and right. A scarlet ray of light condensed and shot through the air like a bloody meteor. It carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything as it shot towards Yi Shiwen. The martial artists of the Black Demon sect possessed tyrannical true power, and at the same time, they also carried the tyrannical power of the monstrous beast blood meridians. Under the combination of the two, the power they grasped became even more tyrannical and terrifying. Once struck, even if they didn't die, they would still be injured. Furthermore, that tyrannical power would invade the body and wreak havoc. Just like when Huan Yun was injured by Black Water Sage, a sinister power remained in his body and would occasionally run out to destroy, making it difficult for Huan Yun to recover. If he demonized, the tyrannical power would become even more powerful and its destructive power would increase exponentially. At the same time, on the other side, a fist tore through the air like a tsunami. The fist was covered with a black power that made people feel horrified. The fist was thrown out at an extremely fast speed, carrying with it a mighty force that could destroy mountains. Countless ripples spread out in the air under the fist, and the hard ground shattered and exploded one after another. The finger was like a bloody meteor, and the fist was like a mountain collapsing. The third elder's expression abruptly changed. If he were to face such a pincer attack, it would be difficult for him to resist as well. He hurriedly moved, wanting to help Chen Zong shoulder the burden of one of them. However, two resplendent silver sword lights flashed, shattering the sky. Kill. The 27th move of the sword arts of traversing. The perfect combination of power and speed, the demonstration of supreme skills. Who could stop it? The bloody meteor was defeated by the sword, and the fist that could destroy mountains was also penetrated by the sword. The toughness and sharpness of a level 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon, the dominance and ferocity of the 27th move of the unhindered sword art. It was a supreme interpretation. The complexions of the two 9th-level true martial realm martial artists of the Black Demon sect suddenly changed. They felt the terrifying power contained within the sword light, and quickly retreated. At the same time, they issued a loud roar, and their whole body trembled. The power within their body crazily surged, covering their whole body, and the tyrannical aura multiplied. Demonization. In the face of a LV6 true martial realm martial artist, they had chosen to demonize. It was an incredible thing to say, but it had happened, and it had happened to them. The rest of the Black Demon sect's true martial realm martial artists also attacked the third elder, Daoist Huan Yun and Meng Xinping. Realizing that Chen Zong was very powerful, they finally understood what Chen Zong meant. He wanted them to be careful and protect themselves. With the third elder, who was at the 9th level of the true martial realm, he could share more of the pressure from the two of them. They would be able to hold on for a while. As for Chen Zong, his sword light was invincible. Not only did he tie down two Black Demon sect LV9 true martial realm martial artists, but he also tied down 3 LV8 true martial realm martial artists. He handled it with ease. Even when the attacks came from behind, Chen Zong easily avoided them as if they were seen by him. Then, he accurately counterattacked. This was Zhao Xian. It allowed Chen Zong to clearly feel the floating dust in the air around him. Everything was under his control, unless the attack was so fast that Chen Zong couldn't react in time. There were such people, but they weren't here. In the eyes of the 5 Black Demon sect martial artists, Chen Zong's figure was like a ghost, drifting around like a ghost. He easily dodged their powerful attacks, causing them to only hit empty air and waste their strength. The 5 Black Demon sect martial artists had already demonized, and an extremely tyrannical aura swept out in all directions, emitting countless rumbling sounds. It was extremely terrifying, and even made the third elder feel apprehensive. However, Chen Zong was able to move around with ease, which made the third elder feel even more terrified. On the city wall in the distance, 2 martial artists at the 8th level of the true martial realm, who had come along but stopped suddenly raised their eyes and looked into the distance. They were too far away and some buildings blocked their view, so they could not see clearly. However, they could still feel waves of tyrannical aura coming from afar. It's a fierce fight. It's probably a dead end. Let's go back. Otherwise, we'll be in danger when the Black Demon sect people catch up with us. After saying that, the 2 LV-8 true martial realm martial artists immediately retreated and jumped off the city wall. They used their body movements to rush back to the Royal Martial City at the fastest speed. They would bring back the bad news. The battle continued. After demonizing, the 2 LV-9 true martial realm martial artists and the 3 LV-8 true martial realm martial artists were even more powerful. Under their joint efforts, they did bring some pressure to Chunzong, but it was not enough. 70,000 gene of arm strength, the cultivation of the late LV-6 true martial realm, the 27th level of the art of traversing, the 3rd level of the body and sword as one, the Zhao Xian realm, the Zhao Xian realm, the Zhao Xian realm, the Wu Jin realm, and so on. All of these gave Chunzong a terrifying strength. The demonic aura was surging, and the ground around them was shattered. The terrifying qi shot in all directions, turning the area within a few kilometers into a dangerous place. Many Black Demon sect martial artists in the middle and early stage of the true martial realm didn't dare to get close, let alone intervene. Otherwise they would be torn apart by the qi. Who could stop it? Quick! Let's get out of here and go back to the Zunwu city to ask for help. Some people with quick reactions hurriedly said as they quickly left. The current situation was unfavorable for the Black Demon sect. They had to ask for help, or else the flying martial city would be taken back by the true martial sect. However, it would take at least half a day to leave the flying martial city and ask for help from the Zunwu city. Fight, fight, fight. Immortal Huan Yun and the other 2 didn't want to kill the enemy. They only wanted to protect themselves. Under the siege of 1 LV-8 true martial realm martial artist and 9 LV-7 true martial realm martial artists, they could barely hold on. On the other side, Chunzong's 2 swords pierced through the air. The speed of the swords was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. A LV-8 true martial realm martial artist who had demonized was directly pierced through. The sword qi rushed into his body and strangled him, causing extreme damage. Chunzong's expression didn't change. He was as cold as ever, as if the one he was killing was not a human, but an animal. The other sword pierced through the body of a LV-9 true martial realm martial artist. The man's hands were covered with a thick layer of hard keratin and covered with a black tyrannical power. He grabbed the sword with all his might. The tyrannical power completely broke out, shrinking his internal organs, bones, and wounds. Chunzong couldn't pull his sword out in an instant. Chunzong immediately understood the opponent's intention. The opponent wanted him to be unable to pull out his sword for a while and restrict the use of his swordsmanship, so that the others could surround and kill him. He had to admit that the opponent risked his life. It was a good fight. At the same time, another LV-9 true martial realm martial artist flicked his 10 fingers covered in scarlet flames. Each of his fingers was like a bloody meteor, enough to kill an ordinary LV-9 true martial realm martial artist. The other 2 LV-8 true martial realm martial artists also broke out their full strength and attacked Chunzong with a mighty momentum. It was a sure-kill situation. Chunzong's sword was stuck, so he could only take care of one side. But would this method work? It might work if it was used to deal with other people, but it was underestimating Chunzong. Letting go of the long sword, Chunzong's palm trembled and seemed to expand. Countless forces surged and gathered, making his palm red like a soldering iron that had been roasted in a raging fire for a long time. It was like being pulled out of boiling lava. The blazing heat spread out, making people's mouths dry. Body refining martial technique, mixed iron hands. For a long time, Chunzong had fought with 2 swords. This was the first time he used the mixed iron hands in a life-and-death battle. The pure yang qi and blood surged like a mountain flood. The strength of 70,000 kilograms also broke out, extremely violent. With a boom, it was like a volcanic magma explosion, or a meteorite falling from the sky, burning red due to the friction with the air. The palm shot out and directly shattered the attacks of the two LV-8 true martial realm martial artists. It was unstoppable. The palm directly imprinted on the chest of one of the LV-8 true martial realm martial artists. The extremely terrible power burst out like the collapse of heaven and earth. The LV-8 true martial realm martial artist trembled violently and flew backward. His chest caved in, leaving a deep palm print. Blood mixed with pieces of internal organs spurted out in the air, and wisps of hot air filled the air. He couldn't be any more dead. His sword went to the other side, shattering the bloody meteor-like finger force like a hot knife through butter. The mixed iron hands attacked again, fiercely bombarding the LV-9 true martial realm martial artist. Chen Zong grasped the long sword and pulled it out with the force of his retreat. As he pulled out the sword, he twisted it. The violent sword chi caused more damage to the opponent. After being hit by Chen Zong's mixed iron hands and having his body pierced by a sharp sword, the LV-9 true martial realm martial artist couldn't bear it. He was seriously injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. A flash of silver appeared in front of him, and then it quickly turned dark. The first LV-9 true martial realm martial artist of the Black Demon sect died. Kill, kill, kill. There were many ways to use each of the crisscrossing sword technique. As for how to use them, it depended on one's own understanding and the environment of the opponent. Thousands of thunderbolts roared, formed by countless sword chi and sword light in a very short period of time. The explosion was shocking. Another LV-8 true martial realm martial artist was killed. Chen Zong's enemy was only left with one LV-9 true martial realm martial artist. His face was full of fear, and he couldn't help but tremble. Too terrible, too ferocious. Relying on the cultivation of the late stage of the LV-6 true martial realm, he killed 3 LV-8 true martial realm martial artists and 1 LV-9 true martial realm martial artist. This kind of strength and talent was too terrifying. Chen Zong didn't give him half a chance. He attacked with both swords, and the silver sword light drowned the opponent. When the sword light dissipated, the LV-9 true martial realm martial artist fell in a pool of blood. Without stopping, Chen Zong killed the other Black Demon sect martial artists with his sword. It was like wind and lightning. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Heads flew, and then blood splashed into the air. No one could stop him. The third elder, spiritual master Huan Yun, and Meng Xinping were all stunned and shocked to the extreme. They stopped and looked at the rain of blood in front of them. Horror, horror that came from the bottom of their hearts and bones. The Azura-like figure was reaping the lives of the Black Demon sect martial artists. It was as if he was the messenger of death from the abyss and hell, and no one in the world could stop him. Chapter 436. Author's Note. The double reward is over. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for it. Thank you very much. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. At first glance, it was a ghastly sight. The smell of blood filled the air, and the smell of death was extremely dense. There was also a remnant of a tyrannical aura that belonged to a demon beast. Chen Zong stood there with his 2 swords sheathed. He looked calm, as if he was not the one who was fighting just now. The third elder and Meng Xinping looked like they had seen a ghost. As for Huan Yun, he was waving his beheading mountain sword and fighting with Black Water Sage. After demonizing, Black Water Sage's arms seemed to have turned into a black poisonous snake, and he would spit out cold poisonous gas from time to time. Last time, Huan Yun had to dodge carefully, so he could not use much of his strength. But this time was different. The true power cultivated by the heaven-level upper-rank martial arts was stronger, and the heaven-level upper-rank sword was more powerful. The second level of the body and sword as one realm, and the beheading mountain sword was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. All of these made Huan Yun's strength much more powerful than 2 months ago. Suppression. Black Water Sage was shocked to find that he was being suppressed, and could only passively defend against Huan Yun's sword attacks. Kill, kill, kill. The sword light turned into clouds and spread out. It was white everywhere, and Black Water Sage felt like he had fallen into a sea of clouds. It was hard to tell north from south. Immediately, Immortal Huan Yun sheathed his sword and took a few steps back. The sword light that was as white as flowing clouds dissipated. Immortal Black Water's body also trembled, and a sizzling sound could be heard. His neck, shoulders, joints of both arms, wrists of both arms, chest, waist, legs, joints of both legs were broken open one after another. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain as the terrifying true power wreaked havoc in his body and exploded. "You!" Black Water Sage's finger trembled, and he pointed at Huan Yun weakly. His snake-like face was filled with shock. His vision turned black and he felt dizzy. He fell forward. Huan Yun's expression did not change, but he was relieved. He glanced around and found that there was no one from the Black Demon sect around. The other Black Demon sect martial artists had already escaped. Did we do this? At this moment, the third elder, Taoist Huan Yun, and Meng Xinping were even more shocked. To be precise, it wasn't us, but Chen Zong alone. They believed that even if they didn't come, Chen Zong could do it. Only now did they realize that Chen Zong was not arrogant or crazy, but he had the ability to do so. Third Elder, please return to Royal Marshal City first and transfer a group of people to guard Flying Marshal City, Chen Zong said bluntly. Those 2 people from earlier don't have to come anymore. Yes, Deputy Sect Leader. Third Elder was sincerely convinced. He did not question Chen Zong's order at all. Uncle Yun, Elder Meng, follow me. As soon as Chen Zong finished speaking, his body swept forward like the wind. During the battle just now, the other martial artists of the Black Demon sect had already retreated. However, the time was too short for them to retreat too far. Really? Third Elder looked at Chen Zong's back as he left. For a moment, he didn't know how to describe it. It felt like a dream. Yes, it was a dream. A martial artist at the late stage of LV6 True Martial Realm was able to easily deal with the siege of 3 LV8 True Martial Realm martial artists and 2 LV9 True Martial Realm martial artists. Moreover, he killed all 5 of them without any sign of injury. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. If Third Elder hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. I wonder what their expressions will be when they find out? Third Elder suddenly thought of the Second Elder, the Great Elder, and the sect leader's reactions after hearing the news. He couldn't help but laugh secretly. Soon after, he frowned because he thought of the 2 LV8 True Martial Realm martial artists. Shameful, it was really shameful. After returning, he must punish them. Without any hesitation, Third Elder immediately set off and rushed back to Royal Marshal City at full speed. He had to transfer a group of martial artists to guard the recaptured Flying Marshal City. He also had to bring a group of people to assist Chen Zong. Otherwise, the Black Demon Sect's people would probably make a big move. The sword light was cold and chilling. It swept through the crowd, unstoppable and unstoppable. The sword light was magnificent. It drew a nearly perfect arc, bypassing hundreds of meters and sending hundreds of heads flying. The retreating martial artists of the Black Demon sect all went crazy and panicked. This Azura-like madman actually caught up with them. Then what about those masters? Were they all killed? Blood spurted out like streaks of bloody rainbows, filling the sky. It was as if another rain of blood was falling. It was so breathtaking. Kill, kill, kill. The Azura on the battlefield showed no mercy. 2 10-meter-long silver sword lights tore through the sky. As they intersected, they swept across the heaven and earth in all directions. There was nothing they couldn't destroy. Two deep ravines appeared on the ground and the sky seemed to be divided into 4 parts. Wherever the cross-shaped sword light passed, hundreds of black demon sects martial artists of the training force were killed. After Immortal Huan Yun and Meng Xinping caught up, they found that they couldn't do anything at all. Chen Zong's strength was too terrifying. This kind of slaughter was extremely frightening. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. Meng Xinping was shocked, but also glad that he had made the right choice. Relying on such a person was undoubtedly the right choice. After a series of pursuits, the last training force martial artist of the Black Demon sect was killed by Chen Zong. Some of the slower martial artists of the early stage of the true martial realm were also caught up and died in extreme fear. In the rain of blood, Chen Zong turned around and walked back to the flying martial city. Immortal Huan Yun and Meng Xinping hurriedly followed. After returning to the flying martial city, Chen Zong sat on the city wall, waiting for the arrival of the martial artists of the Black Demon sect. Immortal Huan Yun went to pacify the residents of the city. Meng Xinping collected arrows under Chen Zong's orders. Soon, bundles of arrows were delivered. There were more than 100 of them. Each arrow was at least of the treasured iron rank. Chen Zong wanted to get his hands on godly iron rank arrows. Unfortunately, there were too few of them in the eastern continent. It would be good if he could get his hands on treasured iron rank arrows. Chen Zong had brought some godly iron rank arrows with him, but not many. On the city wall, Chen Zong waited while drinking wine. He wasn't afraid at all. The residents of the flying martial city looked at Chen Zong with reverence. It was as if they were looking at a demon god. They were grateful, but at the same time, extremely fearful. "Big brother, thank you." A little boy of about 10 years old walked over and stood in front of Chen Zong. His voice was trembling slightly as he spoke. "Why are you thanking me?" Chen Zong put down the wine jug and smiled. His smile was as warm as the spring breeze. It immediately dispelled the fear and panic in the boy's heart. "My father and mother were killed by them. My brother was captured by them. He's also dead." The boy's face was filled with grief and hatred. "What about you now?" Chen Zong asked. "Big brother, can I practice martial arts with you?" The boy was both answering and asking. Chen Zong looked at the boy carefully and said, "I'm an elder of the Chen family. If you're willing, you can be a member of the Chen family from now on." I'm willing." The boy immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "What's your name?" Chen Zong asked. "My name is Chen Xiaohai," the boy replied. Chen Zong was slightly stunned. His surname was still Chen. He didn't even need to change his surname. Chen Zong asked Chen Xiaohai to leave and wait. The boy was very obedient and very happy. Huan Yun was very good at comforting people. The residents gradually got rid of their fear and knew that Chen Zong wouldn't hurt them. They gradually formed a cohesive force. In this world, the weak were prey to the strong. The strong were always respected. In addition, Chen Zong had indirectly saved them. With Huan Yun's comforting and propaganda, the residents of the flying martial city looked at the figure on the city wall with less fear and more respect in their eyes. The sun set in the west and the sunset glow shone. "I wonder how many people from the Black Demon sect will come?" Meng Xinping looked into the distance and said. "That's not the point." Huan Yun said, "Those who escaped will report the truth. Therefore, the people from the Black Demon sect must be strong. They must be at least at LV9 of the genuine martial realm. We'll kill as many as they come." Chen Zong's tone was as light as a breeze, but it was frightening. It was as if the air was filled with killing intent. Huan Yun was even more curious about Chen Zong's specific experience in the past few years. Otherwise, how could he have such a resolute mind and such a shocking killing intent? As they waited, a figure finally appeared in front of them. It's impossible for someone at the late stage of LV6 of the genuine martial realm to be able to fight against someone at LV9 of the genuine martial realm. A dark-faced old man shouted. I don't believe it either. A red-faced old man said. No one would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes. These two people were the two elders of the Black Demon sect. They were at the peak of LV9 of the genuine martial realm. Their strength was far beyond the ordinary LV9 of the genuine martial realm. They were much stronger than the two LV9 of the genuine martial realm guarding the flying martial city. They could defeat them one-on-one. Elders, perhaps that person has some kind of treasure on him. A dark-faced, strong young man riding a black tiger said. There was coldness in his eyes. He was wearing a black robe with wide sleeves that hid his arms. What young sect master said is indeed quite possible. The dark-faced young man in the black robe was the young master of the Black Demon sect. If Chen Zong saw him, he would be able to recognize him. In addition to the two elders and the young master, the Black Demon sect also sent out many warriors. There were 3 ordinary LV9 of the genuine martial realm. In addition, there were 10 LV8 of the genuine martial realm. In order to take back the flying martial city and give the genuine martial sect a heavy blow, the Black Demon sect sent out a lot of forces. In addition to the LV6 of the genuine martial realm warriors, there were hundreds of LV6 and LV7 demon beasts accompanying them. Controlling demon beasts was one of the Black Demon sect's abilities. They were able to seize 2 main cities and many martial cities from the genuine martial alliance because of this ability. With these LV8 and LV9 genuine martial realm warriors and hundreds of demon beasts, taking back the flying martial city was a sure thing. The reason why they sent out so many forces was not only to take back the flying martial city, but also to prevent the genuine martial sect from sending more reinforcements. In the distance, the group of people from the Black Demon sect could already see the walls of the flying martial city. They also saw the 3 figures on the walls. Chapter 437. Thank you even more. The demonic aura surged like smoke signals, raging violently like a hurricane. Inside the flying martial city, everyone's faces were solemn, and even their breathing was careful. They all knew that the Black Demon sect had arrived. This kind of aura and pressure made their hearts heavy and uncomfortable. They couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the 3 figures on the city wall. No, it should be said that one of the figures, the youngest one, they could only place their hopes on him. Otherwise, if the Black Demon sect took back the city and ruled it, their days would be difficult. Feeling the tyrannical aura surging over, Chen Zong's face also became solemn. He put down the wine jug and grabbed the longbow with his left hand. His eyes emitted an extremely sharp light, like an invisible sword chi piercing through the air, as he looked into the distance. This longbow wasn't the fierce flood dragon bow. It couldn't keep up with Chen Zong's strength. This bow was called Piercing Cloud, a first-rank pseudo-spiritual weapon. It was stronger and more durable than the fierce flood dragon bow, and could release the most tyrannical power within 500 meters. If the power contained in it was activated, not only would its range increase, but its power would also increase by 30%. It was extremely terrifying. The piercing cloud bow was obtained by Chen Zong in the Unhindered Sword sect. A black mass with an extremely terrifying aura was rapidly approaching from afar. His right hand trembled, and 10 arrows flew into his hand. They were all knocked on the piercing cloud bow. The bow was drawn like a full moon, and the bowstring was taut to the extreme. An extremely tyrannical power was being nurtured within it. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, piercing through the void and locking onto the Black Demon sect team that was still 1,000 meters away. More than 10 true martial realm martial artists and hundreds of 6th and 7th level demonic beasts. In the instant that the Black Demon sect's people and demonic beasts stepped into the range of 1,000 meters, Chen Zong's right hand decisively released the bowstring. With a bang, the bowstring moved like an illusion, and in a flash, 10 arrows filled with true power shot out. They were as swift as meteors, tearing through the sky and leaving 10 straight marks. Originally, the piercing cloud bow alone could shoot 600 to 700 meters, and within 500 meters, it had an astonishing destructive power. After true power was poured into it, the range doubled. Within 1,000 meters, it instantly closed the distance. Just as they reacted, the 10 arrows pierced through the heads of the 10 Class 6 demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, 10 Class 6 demonic beasts were killed. The 10 arrows were made of ordinary materials, and after killing the 10 Class 6 demonic beasts, they also shattered. At the same time, Chernzong took out another 10 arrows. He didn't seem to be aiming as he shot them again. There were 3 waves of arrows in a row, and 30 arrows were shot out, directly killing 30 demonic beasts. The martial artists of the Black Demon sect were dumbfounded. They hadn't even made a move yet, but they had already lost 30 demonic beasts. Seeing the other party draw their bows again, they couldn't help but be furious. The arrows pierced through the air and shot towards the demonic beasts. One by one, the true martial realm martial artists took action and shattered the 10 arrows. They were unable to kill a single demonic beast. Chernzong's expression didn't change in the slightest. Instead, he drew his bow and shot 10 arrows, but the speed at which he drew the arrows was much faster. In just a few blinks of an eye, the hundreds of arrows collected by Meng Xinping were all emptied. Hundreds of arrows containing true power tore the sky apart, and the extremely terrifying whistling sound made people's scalps tingle. Their faces changed greatly, and they were like a swarm of flying locusts, or like a meteor shower, attacking with a loud bang. There were too many arrows, almost at the same time, and it immediately brought a strong pressure to the people of the Black Demon sect. Together with the 2 elders at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, they all took action. Violent true power swept out and hit the hundreds of arrows, turning them into powder. At the same time, Chernzong took out 3 arrows and drew his bow. This time, he wasn't aiming at the demonic beasts, but the martial artists of the Black Demon sect. Release. The 3 divine iron arrows pierced through the air, and the true power contained in them became even more tyrannical. They also merged with a part of the pure yang blood qi, causing their power to explosively increase. Faster than before, they were like 3 flood dragons piercing through the air. The sharp roar made people's faces change dramatically. The 3 targeted martial artists at the 8th level of the true martial realm exploded with all their strength, and at the same time, covered their bodies with a layer of protection. However, their strength was torn and penetrated by the arrows, and the protection on their bodies was also torn apart. The divine iron arrows shot into their hearts, throats, and other places, piercing through their bodies. The power contained in the arrows burst out, wantonly destroying everything. It had to be said that the martial artists at the 8th level of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect had tenacious vitality. Even so, they were still alive, but they were only left with one last struggle. Damn it! The 2 elders at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm were red-eyed, and their anger was like a volcanic eruption. They rushed forward recklessly and quickly approached Chernzong. The terrifying and tyrannical aura roared like a hurricane, wanting to tear Chernzong to pieces. Chernzong could be sure that the 2 people's strength was not inferior to Shangguan Zhenlong's, and they hadn't demonized yet. Chernzong's expression was still cold. He took out 3 more divine iron arrows, which were brought from the Zongjing sword sect, and there weren't many of them. He loosened his grip and shot. The 3 martial artists at the 9th level of the true martial realm, and the remaining 7 at the 8th level of the true martial realm all tried to intercept the arrows. However, the Black Demon Tiger of the Black Demon sect's young master, who was sitting on the Black Demon sect's lower class level 7, was shot. The arrow broke through the hard skull and went straight into the brain. The Zongjing true force wreaked havoc, twisting the black demon tiger's head into pieces, and a large amount of blood flowed from its mouth and nose. The black demon sect's young master, who was sitting on its back, hurriedly jumped and landed safely, but his heart was still beating fast. The arrow just now was actually aimed at him. Fortunately, the martial artist at the 9th level of the true martial realm next to him hit it and deviated. He was almost killed, just a little bit away. "You two stay and protect me. The others kill." The young master was full of killing intent after the lingering fear. His eyes emitted a terrifying light as he stared at the figure on the city wall. It was a familiar figure. Faintly, his left arm seemed to hurt. In fact, it wasn't real pain, but a shadow left behind by the previous attack. His hatred overflowed. Looking at the two martial artists at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm rapidly approaching, Chernzong knew that he couldn't let them get close, otherwise there might be some unnecessary casualties. 4 divine iron arrows locked onto the two powerful martial artists and shot through the air. Petty tricks. Break for me. The two martial artists were very strong. When they attacked, their violent true force shattered the 4 divine iron arrows. But that was only the prelude to Chernzong's attack. Pulling the bowstring and loading the arrow, the power of the piercing cloud bow was stimulated. The arrow was covered with strange patterns, like layers of flowing clouds. It was the piercing cloud arrow, a first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon. The piercing cloud arrow was a pseudo-spiritual arrow paired with the piercing cloud bow. When the two were combined and stimulated at the same time, they could release the tyrannical power of a second-level pseudo-spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, most of the piercing cloud arrows were lost, and only one was left. Shoot! This was the most powerful arrow, unparalleled. It stole all the brilliance in the world, and everything else was overshadowed. In the dark-faced elder's eyes, a stream of light shot out at an indescribable speed, and the world in front of him was swallowed by darkness. Too fast. The dark-faced elder quickly attacked, using both of his palms to lay down layers of defense, but they were penetrated by the arrow. In the end, even the true force defense around his body was not spared. Piercing through his palms, he burst out with all his strength, and the arrow was forcibly broken. However, the first half of the arrow did not slow down, and directly pierced through the dark-faced elder's throat, coming out the back of his neck. "Brother Hay!" The red-faced elder was extremely angry, and his voice shook the sky. "Elder Hay!" The other martial artists of the Black Demon sect were all stunned. Elder Hay, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, who was more powerful than the average 9th level of the true martial realm, was killed by a single arrow. They couldn't believe it was real. In his extreme anger, the red-faced elder directly turned into a demon. A violent red light swept out, emitting an astonishingly high temperature. The surrounding air distorted, and the ground softened as if it was about to melt. A series of roars sounded, as if a raging fire was burning. When the red light receded, the red-faced elder had already turned into a half-man, half-ape. He was more than 3 meters tall, as strong as a small mountain. His whole body was red, as if it was burning with an astonishingly high temperature. With an extremely tyrannical roar, the red-faced old man's speed increased by a lot. He quickly rushed towards Chernzong. With a single leap, he was hundreds of meters high. He was like a blazing meteor, falling from the sky with a will to destroy everything. Taking advantage of this slight difference in time, Chernzong took out the last 4 godly iron arrows and drew the bow. However, he did not shoot at the red-faced elder falling from the sky, because it was not a threat at all. The 4 arrows pierced through the air, shooting toward the black-robed martial artist. His aura was only at the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Don't even think about succeeding under our protection. The 2 9th-level true martial realm martial artists snorted at the same time, and attacked one after another. However, they did not expect that it was only a pretense. The real target of the 4 arrows was them. In the face of danger, the two quickly dodged, but they were still a bit too slow. One of them was pierced in the left shoulder, and the other in the right shoulder. A terrible power burst out, wreaking havoc in the wounds, aggravating the injuries and immediately affecting their strength. Having used up all the arrows, Chunzong quickly put down the cloud-piercing bow and pulled out two swords. The silver sword light formed a cross and slashed upward, as if the sky was divided into four. With a sharp and domineering intent, it attacked the red figure falling from hundreds of meters high. One sword after another, the silver cross sword light was endless, turning into a sword chi storm that swept out fiercely. Falling from a high altitude, there was no way to dodge at all. They could only rely on their own tyrannical strength to resist. The sword chi bombarded and shattered, turning into countless silver light spots. Mixed with a little bit of scarlet fire, it was like a silver and red fire rain. It looked so dazzling and enchanting. However, under that dazzling and charming appearance, there was a shocking murderous intent. Whether it was Huan Yun or Meng Xinping, both of them were far away. Although their strength was not bad, a battle of this level was obviously beyond their ability to bear, and they were reduced to spectators in an instant. However, they also had their own mission, which was to protect the residents of the flying martial city as much as possible to avoid unnecessary damage. In front of them, the other Black Demon sect martial artists were driving the remaining 6th and 7th level demonic beasts to quickly approach. Chapter 438. The silver sword light intertwined like a roaring hurricane, and then shattered into pieces, scattering all over the sky. His sharp gaze pierced through the countless silver sparks and landed on the domineering fiery red figure falling from the sky. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The vast and blazing pressure greatly increased the pressure on Huan Yun and Meng Xinping, not to mention the others. The residents of the city were extremely shocked and fled in panic like birds and beasts. Countless dust particles in the air surged and spread in all directions. With this, Chunzong could quickly calculate what kind of damage would be caused if this person fell. At least the city walls within 100 meters would collapse because of this, and the area within 1,000 meters would be covered by the aftermath of the terrifying power, causing great destruction. This person's fighting power after demonization is at least at the middle stage of the 2-star level. Chunzong thought to himself as his thoughts turned quickly. With his own strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. He would only need some time. In addition, the other Black Demon sect's cultivators and monster beasts were also approaching. It was very likely that they would bring even greater destruction to Flying Martial City. Let's end this quickly and kill him with one strike. Chunzong made up his mind as a sharp light condensed in his eyes and shot out. Then, he sheathed the sword in his left hand. No one knew what Chunzong was going to do. An extremely tyrannical true power surged in his true meridians in an extremely domineering manner. It surged in his tough and thick true meridians and instantly passed through his arm and into his sword. Then, the sword fingers of his left hand quickly brushed across the body of the sword. The extremely condensed power gathered at the tip of the sword and turned into a cold light. It was like a cold star that suddenly lit up in the dark night sky, extremely dazzling. The cold light seemed to be covered in darkness and quickly spread out, becoming more and more shocking. From afar, Huan Yun and Meng Xinping looked at the cold light and their pupils shrank. An extremely strong fear rushed out from the depths of their hearts. The red-faced old man falling from the sky also felt a wave of fear for no reason. This feeling appeared because there was something that could threaten his life. Only me on the rock. After demonizing, the red-faced old man's voice became more vigorous, and it seemed to have an accent. The fiery red energy fluctuations around his body quickly gathered into his extremely thick arms. After his arms were crossed, they formed a fiery red crystal that extended like a shield. It turned into a hemispherical shape that covered his body. It was able to block all attacks that came from the front. His eyes became sharper, as if they could pierce through the heavens. At the same time, the sword in his hand pierced upward. It was indescribably dazzling. That cold light seemed to be able to pierce through the sky, tear the world apart and shatter the stars. Unparalleled pressure bombarded the red-faced elder who had transformed into a demon, causing his incomparably strong body to pause slightly in midair. Then, that cold light shot towards him. A straight sword mark that was dozens of meters long was left in the void and did not disappear for a long time. A cold light hit the fiery red crystal shield in front of the old man. The fiery red crystal shield was extremely hard and could easily withstand the full blow of an ordinary martial artist at LV9 of the genuine martial realm. However, it could not withstand Chen Zong's sword. Secret sword. Point star. This was the strongest sword attack that Chen Zong's true power had gathered. It was a sword attack that surpassed the limit, and its power was unbelievably tyrannical. It was unbreakable, it was unbreakable. The fiery red crystal shield was pierced through in an instant. It was as if nothing in the world could stop its sharp edge. The moment the crystal shield was pierced, the red-faced elder's ape-like face showed a hint of astonishment. A trace of fear also appeared in the depths of his eyes. Before it could blossom, the space between his eyebrows was immediately pierced. A terrifying power like a biting cold ripple spread out in a spiral, crushing his brain. The moment his brain was crushed, even if the elder had extraordinary vitality, it was of no use. He died in an instant, and his tyrannical power also went out of control. His body flew even higher into the air from Chen Zong's sword. In an instant, he flew several hundred meters away. The power that had gone out of control destroyed the old man's body, causing it to shatter into pieces. He fell outside Flying Marshal City, smashing a crater that was several dozen meters deep into the ground and causing the entire city wall to tremble. Elder Hong, the people of the Black Demon sect were completely stunned. They all stopped in their tracks and stared blankly at the pile of mangled flesh in the hole dozens of meters deep. Their hearts collapsed. Two elders at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, whose strength far surpassed that of an ordinary 9th level of the true martial realm, were killed one after the other. They didn't even get close to the opponent. Moreover, the second one was killed while in the demon form. What kind of strength was this? Horror and astonishment. Inside the Flying Marshal City, everyone looked at the towering figure as if they were looking at a god descending to the mortal world. In fact, they didn't know that Chen Zong had exhausted all of his strength. He only had half of his physique left. However, Chen Zong's physique was extremely tyrannical. Half of his physique allowed him to possess powerful strength, and he was in the process of recovering quickly. After killing two top elders of the Black Demon sect, the other Black Demon sect martial artists were intimidated and stopped in their track. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Zong took out a pill and consumed it to speed up the recovery of his true power. He doesn't have much strength left. Take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. The young master of the Black Demon sect glared at Chen Zong, his eyes filled with hatred. The other Black Demon sect martial artists stared at Chen Zong and seemed to feel the same way. They used their movement techniques again and approached at full speed. 1/9 level of the true martial realm, 7/8 level of the true martial realm, and dozens of 6th level and 7th level demonic beasts. Chen Zong's expression didn't change at all. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at the rapidly approaching Black Demon sect martial artists, trying his best to recover his strength. The amount of true power wasn't related to the strength of one's attack. It was related to how long one could fight and how many times one could use martial arts. His true power and physical strength quickly recovered. Chen Zong waited for the Black Demon sect martial artists to arrive. Huan Yunjinren and Meng Xinping also paid attention to the dozens of demonic beasts. Although their strength was good, they still couldn't fight against the 8th level of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect. However, it was still possible to deal with the dozens of 6th level and 7th level demonic beasts. They didn't need to kill them. They just needed to stop them from entering the city and causing destruction. The 9th level of the true martial realm martial artist was the fastest. After demonization, he swooped down like a big eagle. The eagle's claws were incomparably sharp and could easily tear apart fine steel. The sky was filled with fierce claws from all directions. It was like a long river rushing towards Chen Zong. If he was hit, it was very likely that he would be tortured by 1,000 cuts. Chen Zong was happy and fearless. His 2 swords pierced through the air. The power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon was stimulated. The power of the 2nd level pseudo-spiritual weapon was even more powerful. The 27th move of the unhindered sword art, kill. The 9th level of the true martial realm was just an ordinary level. Even after demonization, his battle strength didn't reach the 2-star level. The sky was filled with claws. The silver sword light was invincible. There was no way to dodge or resist. Die. Another 9th level of the true martial realm martial artist was killed in the blink of an eye. The 2 injured 9th level of the true martial realm martial artists beside the young master of the Black Demon sect were extremely frightened. The 7/8th level of the true martial realm martial artists also stopped and didn't dare to move forward. Instead, they quickly retreated for fear of being killed. Leaping, he crossed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and approached the 7/8th level of the true martial realm martial artists. The silver sword light was dazzling. One side came with extreme killing intent. The other side was terrified, so they couldn't use much of their strength. Under this situation, 2 more 8th level of the true martial realm martial artists died under Chen Zong's sword. Young master, leave here quickly. Without waiting for the young master of the Black Demon sect to answer, the 2 injured 9th level of the true martial realm martial artists quickly grabbed the young master's arm and ran away at full speed. The 6th level and 7th level demonic beasts around also rushed towards Chen Zong. The remaining 5 8th level of the true martial realm martial artists all turned around and attacked Chen Zong with all their strength. They desperately wanted to let the young master of the Black Demon sect escape. Otherwise, if the young master died here, they would die even if they returned alive. Even the people related to them would be implicated. It would be very miserable. Therefore, he would rather die here to protect the young sect master. Although Huan Yun and Meng Xinping both attacked, they only killed a few 6th level and 7th level demonic beasts. The rest of the demonic beasts all rushed towards Chen Zong. The 5 8th level of the true martial realm martial artists desperately attacked Chen Zong with all their might, which also caused a little trouble for him. However, it was only a little. Under the dual swords, all the attacks were torn apart by Chen Zong. Chen Zong was different from other true martial realm martial artists. Not only did he have extremely pure and tyrannical true force, but he also had an extremely strong physique. Previously, he had cultivated to the great perfection of the Qi and Blood realm and the great perfection of the Qi refining realm. He was many times stronger than other martial artists. This kind of Chen Zong was least afraid of being besieged and fighting for a long time. He resisted the attacks from all directions and killed one demonic beast after another. Blood flowed like a river. The pressure on Huan Yun and Meng Xinping was greatly reduced. They no longer needed to defend and used their killing moves to kill the demonic beasts from the outside. The 2 injured 9th level of the true martial realm martial artists fled with the young master of the Black Demon sect. However, their injuries were not light and their speed was somewhat affected. The 5 8th level of the true martial realm martial artists were all killed by Chen Zong. Chen Zong had to take some pills to recover his true force. Uncle Yun, guest Elder Meng, I'll leave these demonic beasts to you. I'll go after them. Chen Zong said. There were less than 10 demonic beasts left. Huan Yun and Meng Ximping's strength were enough to deal with them. Be careful, Huan Yun said. Chen Zong rushed forward like a gust of wind. His speed was extremely fast. He quickly chased after the 3 people of the Black Demon sect. Chen Zong's speed kept increasing as he used the sweeping in all directions body movement. Wu Mo, this time you can't escape, Chen Zong said. His voice spread out and fell into the ears of the 3 people of the Black Demon sect. That's right. The dark-skinned man in a black robe was Wu Mo, who had one of his arms cut off by Chen Zong a few years ago. Wu Mo was indeed very talented. In just a few years, he had grown from the Qi refining realm to the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Of course, this was relative to the martial arts level of the Eastern continent. If he was in the Longtu region, it would be nothing special. Chapter 439. He fled in panic like a stray dog. His heart was full of humiliation. It was the 2nd time. The last time was a few years ago when one of his arms was cut off and he managed to escape under the protection of his subordinate. This time, except for the fact that his arm was not cut off, it seemed that history was repeating itself, and it was even worse than the last time. After all, he only brought 2 subordinates last time, but this time, he brought more than a dozen warriors of the martial realm and hundreds of demonic beasts. They were all dead. They were all killed. Wu Mo wanted to stop, turn around and face Chen Zong. However, as soon as this idea appeared, it was immediately shattered by an invisible sword light. Facing Chen Zong, he had no confidence at all. Young master, you should go. The 2 injured warriors of the LV9 true martial realm pushed Wu Mo forward at the same time. They were so fast that they crossed hundreds of meters in an instant. Then they turned around and rushed toward Chen Zong. They wanted to stop Chen Zong with their last strength and buy time for Wu Mo to escape. Chen Zong's expression was cold as he directly activated the power of his pseudo-spiritual artifact. His speed was faster, his strength was stronger, and his 2 swords were even sharper. The 27th move of the sword art of horizontal and horizontal sword. Kill. The 2 warriors of the LV9 true martial realm were no match for Chen Zong, not to mention that they were injured. Even if they demonized, it would be useless. Thunder exploded, which was caused by countless sword lights slashing through the air. Chen Zong and the 2 LV9 genuine martial realm martial artists who had demonized passed by each other, bringing 2 waves of blood rain to the sky. Like a gust of wind, he chased after Wu Mo, who was running wildly. Wu Mo's cultivation was at the LV3 true martial realm, so his speed was faster than ordinary warriors of the LV3 true martial realm. However, compared with Chen Zong, there was a huge gap. Approaching and surpassing. Wu Mo only felt a flowing light in front of him, and Chen Zong was already in front of him, blocking his way. Wu Mo, you can't escape this time, Chen Zong said unhurriedly. Every word he said brought a heavy pressure to Wu Mo, making it difficult for him to breathe. Chen Zong, today you have killed many of my Black Demon sect's elders. Our sect will not rest until one of us is dead. If you retreat now, I can still help you when we return. Otherwise, if you provoke my master, you won't be able to escape even if you ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth. Wu Mo swallowed his saliva with difficulty and threatened in a stern voice. Your honored master, the sect leader of the Black Monster sect? Is he a transcendent realm master? Chen Zong asked. Transcendent realm? Wu Mo's eyes flashed with confusion. Obviously he didn't know what the transcendent realm was. You're not even a transcendent. What qualifications do you have to threaten me? Chen Zong couldn't help but shake his head. Wu Mo, in the Eastern continent, you are indeed quite talented, but in other places, you are nothing. You don't have the slightest understanding of how high the sky is. Wu Mo found it difficult to understand Chen Zong's words. Their horizons were too different, but Wu Mo could still hear the contempt in his words. Wu Mo was extremely angry. His whole body trembled, and the sleeves of his black robe were torn apart, like black butterflies fluttering in the wind, revealing Wu Mo's arms. One was a human arm, and the other was a pitch-black arm of some kind of monster beast. It was extremely brutal. It seemed that after Wu Mo's arm was cut off by Chunzong, he returned to the Black Demon sect and used some kind of secret method to reattach the monster beast's arm. From the monster beast's arm, Chunzong judged that it was very powerful, enough to seriously injure or even kill an ordinary fourth-layer true martial realm martial artist. However, this was not enough for Chunzong. He didn't even pull out his sword. He just drew a line in the air with his sword finger, and a silver sword light flashed in the air. Wu Mo didn't even have time to react. The monster beast's left arm was instantly sent flying, and then he felt a sharp pain spread all over his body, making him tremble continuously. Immediately, Chunzong was about to point his sword finger again. Wait, Wu Mo endured the pain and hurriedly said. He knew that Chunzong's next move would be a killing move. Do you have any last words? Chunzong asked. Maybe Wu Mo had some hidden trump cards, such as some life-saving killer moves, but the martial arts level in the Eastern continent couldn't be very high. Anyway, Wu Mo was one of his rivals in the Eastern continent when he was young. Although there was a big gap between their levels now, Chunzong still decided to show some respect to Wu Mo. It was the last bit of respect for a young rival. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to see your brother. Wu Mo said something that shocked Chunzong. My brother? Chunzong's pupils shrank. That's right. Isn't Chun Lai your brother? Wu Mo smiled coldly, thinking that he had grasped Chunzong's weakness. Well, after hearing Wu Mo's words, Chunzong withdrew his sword finger. He couldn't kill Wu Mo now. His figure flashed, and he grabbed Wu Mo's arm, and flew like the wind to Feiwu City. The feeling of flying like the wind without true force to protect his body made Wu Mo feel very uncomfortable. The blood on his broken arm had stopped, but the pain was still there. Along the way, he took all the belongings of the martial arts realm warriors of the Black Demon sect and returned to Feiwu City with Wu Mo. Tell me, how is Chun Lai now? Chunzong asked. Although he was very anxious, he looked calmer on the surface, so that he wouldn't give Wu Mo a chance. Chunzong's calmness was completely out of Wu Mo's expectation. Chun Lai is now in the Black Demon sect. He has successfully integrated with the Demon Beast bloodline and become a member of our sect. Wu Mo said, staring at Chunzong, waiting to see what Chunzong's expression would be. Sure enough, Chunzong's eyes emitted a terrifying sharpness, which made Wu Mo feel like he was being pierced. When Wu Mo mentioned Chun Lai, Chunzong had a bad feeling. He didn't expect that it would come true. Chun Lai had integrated with the Demon Beast bloodline and became a demon warrior. Demon warriors were no longer normal warriors. They could even be said to be the opposite of normal warriors. Extreme killing intent surged in his heart. Chunzong couldn't wait to kill his way to the Black Demon sect and slaughter every single one of them. He took a deep breath and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Send the message back to the Black Demon sect and ask Chun Lai to come here. You can live. Chunzong said directly. You killed all my men. How can I send the message? Wu Mo smiled coldly, wanting to bargain with Chunzong. That's your business. Chunzong's answer made Wu Mo very angry. But in order to survive, Wu Mo had to do it. He summoned the demon beast and asked it to bring the message back to the Black Demon sect. Meng Ximping led a group of flying martial city warriors to cut the fur, flesh, and bones of hundreds of demon beasts. Under normal circumstances, the flesh and blood of demon beasts could be eaten. The stronger the demon beast, the more powerful the energy contained in its flesh and blood, and the more beneficial it was for warriors. The flesh and bones of hundreds of level 6 and 7 demon beasts were not simple and could be sold at a high price. Not long after, the third elder came from the royal martial city again. This time, he brought dozens of true martial realm warriors of the true martial sect with him. The second elder was also accompanying him. Half of the true martial sect's strength had been mobilized. When they arrived in a hurry and thought that a life-and-death battle was about to break out, they were shocked to find that the city was safe and sound. Outside the city, there were potholes everywhere. Blood flowed like a river, and many people were dissecting the corpses of demon beasts. After asking, the second elder, the third elder, and the other true martial sect warriors had to accept the fact that Chunzong's strength was extremely terrifying and beyond imagination. I thought that the Black Demon Sect's people hadn't arrived yet. I didn't expect that they would be killed when they arrived. The third elder smiled bitterly. According to what they said, a black-faced and a red-faced LV9 genuine martial realm martial artist with the characteristics of demonization are undoubtedly those two people. The second elder also smiled bitterly, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. They never expected that the Black Demon Sect would actually send two of their top elders. Fortunately, they were killed by Chunzong. Otherwise, even if the sect master came in person, he might not be able to defeat those two people. As such, Chunzong's strength was even more terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made people feel afraid. Fortunately, Chunzong was the vice-sect master of the true martial sect. Fortunately, Chunzong didn't have any desire for power. Otherwise, it would be worrying. Greetings, vice-sect master. The second elder and the third elder saluted Chunzong in the hall of the Black Demon Sect's mansion. They looked very respectful. First, it was his status. The vice-sect master was higher than them. Second, it was his strength. The latter was the main point. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to gain their true respect with just a status. Two elders have worked hard. Chunzong smiled and said, "For the next period of time, I ask the two elders and the other disciples to stay in the Flying Martial City. I estimate that the Black Demon Sect will make a second move." Yes. The second elder and the third elder didn't have any objections. Now, they were clear about one thing. If the true martial sect wanted to exist and grow stronger to contend with the true martial alliance and the Black Demon Sect, they had to rely on Chunzong. Didn't they see how Chunzong caused the Black Demon Sect to suffer heavy losses when he made his move? Zhongwu Main City, in a hall that was completely black like a creeping giant beast. Reporting to Sect Master, young Sect Master Wuemo was captured alive. The two black and red elders were killed. The others and the demonic beasts were all killed. A black-robed old man respectfully reported, "Our sect's losses this time are not small." The sect master of the Black Demon Sect, who was bathed in darkness, spoke. His voice was calm and carried a slight accent, as if he didn't care about Wu Mo's capture and the deaths of the other elders. However, the black-robed old man clearly knew that the sect master's heart was filled with rage. However, in the past few years, the sect master had become more and more unfathomable for some unknown reason. Whenever he faced the sect master, he would always feel a sense of horror. Young sect master sent back a message. Chunzong wants Chunlai to exchange with young sect master. The black-robed old man spoke again. Then exchange. The sect master of the Black Demon Sect replied without hesitation. His voice was still calm, as if he was talking about something as simple as eating and drinking. "Sect master, do you want to?" The black-robed old man stopped speaking, but he knew that the sect master understood his meaning. "You can arrange it." The sect master of the Black Demon Sect replied again. "Yes." The black-robed old man bowed and retreated. As the black-robed old man retreated, the room returned to darkness. Traces of a cold aura filled the air, concealing an astonishing power. Soon after, an extremely cold and gloomy laughter sounded, as if he was talking to himself. "True martial alliance. True martial sect. When I successfully cultivate this divine technique, It will be your doomsday, Chen Zong. No matter how much of a genius you are, you will still be used by me. You will become my slave and my puppet. Chapter 440. Dark clouds covered the sky and raindrops fell from the sky, making the world look hazy. Outside the flying martial city, Chen Zong and Wu Mo stood side by side. 10 meters in front of them, there were 3 people. 2 of them were level 9 genuine martial realm warriors from the Black Demon sect, and one of them was a young man with a strong body like a small hill. After a few years, he had lost some of his youthfulness and gained some maturity, but his features were still the same. Brother! The strong young man couldn't help but speak with excitement. Ah Lai. Chen Zong also revealed a smile. We've brought him here. Now let's exchange. A hoarse voice sounded. It was the Black Demon sect elder on the left. Let Ah Lai come over first. I want to check if you've done anything. Chen Zong said without any trace of politeness. We don't need to do anything. The 2 Black Demon sect elders were furious as if they had been insulted. Chen Zong just smiled and didn't say anything. Elders, let him come over first. Wu Mo said. Go over. One of the elders pushed Chen Lai. Chen Lai strode over to Chen Zong. Don't resist. Chen Zong grabbed Chen Lai's wrist, and a trace of true power quickly spread throughout his body to check. Chen Zong's main purpose was to check if the Black Demon sect had left any strange power in Chen Lai's body to prevent it from being used as a threat in the future. After a round of inspection, he found a trace of sinister power hidden in the depths of Chen Lai's body. You still deny it. Chen Zong's cold eyes swept over them like lightning, making the 2 elders feel frightened. They couldn't help but recall that the 2 top elders were killed by this person. Although they weren't weak, there was still a big gap between them and the 2 elders. Under the true power of the cross, the trace of power hidden in the depths of Chen Lai's body was immediately defeated and expelled from his body. Since it's like this, an eye for an eye. After quickly expelling the hidden power in Chen Lai's body, Chen Zong said coldly. He pointed at Wu Mo's back, and a strong and pure true power of the cross entered Wu Mo's body. Originally, Chen Zong did not do anything to Wu Mo, but things were different now. Chen Zong waved his hand and threw Wu Mo at the 2 elders of the Black Demon sect. He said coldly, Take him with you. Get lost as fast as you can before I change my mind. Neither of them dared to say anything, for fear that they would anger Chen Zong, and neither of them would be able to escape. After catching Wu Mo, he left at full speed. Ah Lai, let's go back. Chen Zong looked away as the 3 of them left. The reason why he didn't kill Wu Mo and the other 2 was that it was Chen Zong who proposed the exchange. He had to keep his word and keep his word. The mansion that the Black Demon sect had built in the flying martial city had been taken over by Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong had no qualms about this. So, no one had any objection to this. The Black Demon sect probably wouldn't send anyone to attack the flying martial city in the following period of time because they had suffered disastrous losses last time. Chen Zong already knew the general strength of the Black Demon sect from Wu Mo. The only variable was the Black Demon sect master. However, as long as the Black Demon sect master wasn't a transcendent realm master, Chen Zong wasn't afraid. With the martial Dao level of the eastern continent, it was impossible for a transcendent realm master to appear. After all, the world energy here was very thin, like a shallow pool of water. How could a true dragon be raised? Ah Lai, tell me about your experience over the years. Chen Zong said. Chen Lai began to talk about the battle between the Bai family and the Chen family. Elder Wei of the Chen family led a group of Clan Hall disciples to escape from the flying martial city, but they were still chased by the Bai family cultivators. In order to protect the younger generation, Elder Wei died in battle. Hearing Chen Lai mention Elder Wei's death, Chen Zong couldn't help but clench his fist. In the clan hall, Elder Wei had taken good care of him. Chen Zong wanted to restore the Bai family and wipe them out again to vent the hatred in his heart. But now that the Bai family had been destroyed by him, he had taken his revenge. Elder Wei died in battle and most of the Chen family's disciples were killed. Whether Chen Yiming was dead or alive, Chen Lai didn't know. He was lucky enough to survive and then escape. He wandered many places and was finally caught by the Black Demon sect. He was forced to consume the monster beast bloodline essence and successfully fused with it. Brother, I'm like this now. Will uncle and mother still accept me? Chen Lai asked, his somewhat rough face full of worry. In these years, Chen Lai was no longer a child. He was very clear about the difference between Black Demon sect cultivators and ordinary cultivators. However, after fusing with the monster beast bloodline and receiving training in the Black Demon sect, he couldn't escape. He also faced a problem, and that was, he didn't know how to meet his family. At one time, Chen Lai was very nervous. Now, he was still very nervous, uneasy but also hopeful. Don't worry. Chen Zong smiled and said, Father and Aunt miss you very much. Also, there's a surprise. Chen Lai didn't care about Chen Zong's surprise. After hearing Chen Zong's words, the anxiety in his heart disappeared a little. In the future, our Chen family will take root in Feiwu City. Chen Zong said. This was an idea that came up not long ago. Although the royal martial main city was good, it was the territory of the true martial sect. There were many forces there. The Chen family, a small family, wanted to divide the resources in the royal martial main city with many forces. When Chen Zong was here, it was still possible, but once he left, the difficulty would increase. And this Feiwu city was personally taken by Chen Zong from the Black Demon sect. Many of the original forces fled or were destroyed. If the Chen family took root in Feiwu city, they would become the biggest force in Feiwu city and would have a better development. Uncle Yun, guest Elder Meng, please go to the royal martial main city and bring our Chen family to Feiwu city. In the future we will take root here. Chen Zong said. Okay. Yes. Taoist Master Huan Yun and Meng Ximping responded at the same time. Taoist Master Huan Yun and Meng Ximping quickly left Feiwu City and returned to the royal martial main city. Later, the second elder led a group of true martial sect's martial artists and left Feiwu City to return to the royal martial main city. After all, the situation in Feiwu City was now stable. If there were any changes, Chen Zong's strength was enough to solve it. Even if he couldn't solve it, he could resist it and let others ask for help. The third elder and half of the true martial sect's martial artists stayed to assist in the defense. Not long after, Taoist Master Huan Yun and Meng Ximping escorted the Chen family's people to Feiwu City. Large and small bags were carried by carriages. They were all the Chen family's belongings. Wow, what a magnificent mansion! When the Chen family's people arrived at the mansion in Feiwu City, they were all surprised. Not only was the mansion big, but it also looked very majestic. Compared to the mansion in the royal martial main city, it was many times better. In the future, this will be our Chen family's mansion. The Chen family's people were all very happy. For ordinary clansmen, living well and eating well was a good life. Father, how is it? Chen Zong asked with a smile. One could see the heartfelt joy on Chen Jingtong's face. Such a mansion was at least 10 times better than the mansion of the clan in the martial wind city. Regarding this, Chen Chu Yun didn't have any special expression. In her eyes, the sword was more important. As for the residence, it didn't matter if it was good or bad. In these years, before she met Chen Zong, she had always been homeless and had lived in all kinds of bad places. After entering the new mansion, Chen Zong asked Chen Lai to come out and meet Chen Zhengtang and Yang Bishio. Mother. Seeing Yang Bishio, Chen Lai went straight to her and knelt down. Alai. Yang Bishio was stunned. Immediately, tears filled her face. She was very excited. Originally, she was mentally prepared for Chen Lai's death. She didn't expect that one day she would be able to see her own child. Chen Jingtang was also very happy. Their family was really reunited. This was a good start. After going through so many changes, in Chen Jingtang's opinion, there was nothing better than a family reunion. The Chen family finally settled down in Feiwu City. Chen Zong distributed a small portion of the fur, flesh, bones, and inner cores of the hundreds of Class 6 and Class 7 demonic beasts that were killed, while the majority of them belonged to the Chen family. After all, if they ate the meat, they had to leave some soup for others. In the hall, Chen Zong sat on the patriarch's seat. In addition, Chen Zong, Huan Yun, Meng Xinping, Chen Chuyun, and Chen Wuxiong were all present. Although Chen Wuxiong's cultivation was not high, he had once served as the head of the family and had rich experience. In addition, after going through this unforeseen event and the torture, he had become wiser and looked at problems more comprehensively. Moreover, Chen Wuxiong didn't have any desire for power. He only wanted to do his best to help the Chen family develop. It was because of this selflessness that he could enter the hall to discuss matters. The Chen family had settled down in Feiwu City. After that, they would seek to develop. We want to have our own property. Chen Wuxiong opened his mouth and said, "The Black Demon sect has left behind quite a few shops. We can rent out a portion of them and use the rest for ourselves." Chen Zong didn't say anything and listened quietly. After all, the Chen family couldn't develop by themselves. The most important thing was to rely on themselves. At most, Chen Zong would provide some support. Chen Chuyun wasn't interested in these things. The real discussion was between Chen Jingtang and Huan Yun, as well as Chen Wuxiong and Meng Xinping. The four of them had enough age and experience. Relatively speaking, they could see things more clearly. Each of them had their own opinions and gradually sorted them out. First, they needed people. Currently, the Chen family only had a dozen people. Most of them didn't have much ability and couldn't take on any important task. Therefore, they needed to recruit a group of talent. Second, they needed property. Only their own property could support the development of the family. However, the premise was that they needed talent. Without talents, would they let Qin Jingtang and Huan Yun run the property? That was unrealistic. Third, they needed to form a family guard. Otherwise, they couldn't let Huan Yun and Meng Xinping, who were in the real martial arts realm, take care of everything. Even Chen Chuyun, as an elder of the family, shouldn't always take care of things. The third point was related to the first one. They needed talents. Then, recruit talents from the whole city. Chen Zong finally said. As the most senior elder of the family, he had the right to make this decision. Chapter 441. The Chen family's recruitment was very attractive to the martial artists in Flying Martial City, and they all signed up enthusiastically. However, the Chen family had a high threshold for recruitment. Firstly, they had to be at least in the qi refining realm. Secondly, they had to be loyal to the Chen family. The first requirement was enough to stop many people. As for the second requirement, it would take time to see. In short, after 3 days of selection, 28 martial artists in the qi refining realm had temporarily become members of the Chen family. As for whether they would become a part of the Chen family in the end, it would depend on their performance in the next 3 months. Although the Chen family was lacking in manpower, they would rather go without than have substandard personnel. This was to avoid having to pay a hefty price to get rid of unnecessary or even harmful people in the future. No one could guarantee that once a force grew strong, it would not be corrupted. It was just like how a tree would grow into vermin and so on. After the first batch of martial artists in the qi refining realm was completed, the second batch was for martial artists in the late stage of the qi refining realm, and the third batch was for various talent. After half a month, the Chen family's development was finally on the right track. A group of martial artists in the qi refining realm, wearing leather armor and carrying long sabers, walked in an orderly manner. When they passed by a white jade door, they all had a look of reverence on their faces. That was the residence of the Qin family's first senior statesman, the vertical and horizontal residence. At such a young age, he had invincible strength and was invincible. Anyone who knew of him would view him as the most revered figure in their hearts. It could be said that many martial artists joined the Qin family because of Chen Zong's reputation. Inside the vertical and horizontal residence, there were artificial mountains that stood like a forest of swords, pointing straight to the sky. In this artificial mountain, Chen Zong sat cross-legged on the ground. His body was surrounded by a strong aura that resembled sword qi. As it whistled, Chen Zong's body felt like it was about to fly. Immediately, his body trembled slightly, and there seemed to be a muffled sound like thunder. His aura suddenly increased. Peak of LV6 True Martial Realm. With a breakthrough in his cultivation, the trajectory of the vertical and horizontal technique also changed slightly. Horizontal and horizontal technique level 28. He circulated the technique over and over again, channeling the tyrannical vertical and horizontal true power until he completely mastered it. Leaping up, Chen Zong unsheathed his sword and began to practice the vertical and horizontal sword technique. The silver sword light pierced through the air. Wherever it passed, the rockeries that were as hard as steel were pierced through, leaving behind countless holes. The last sword was extremely resplendent. It was like a meteor falling from the sky as it streaked across the sky. The 28th move of the horizontal sword art. An exceedingly tyrannical aura permeated the air. Everyone in the Chen clan couldn't help but to raise their heads and stare at the sky above the unhindered abode. A dazzling silver-white sword light pierced through the air, as though it wanted to pierce through the heavens and shatter the clouds. So powerful! Spiritual Master Huan Yun could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Those in the Qi and Blood realm did not have much of a feeling, they only felt that it was very beautiful and very powerful. It was a very vague concept. As for those in the Energy Training realm, they had a little feeling, but it was still very vague. Only those in the true martial realm had a more intuitive feeling, and the higher the cultivation, the more obvious the feeling. All right, the stronger you are, the more secure the Chen family will be. Taoist Master Huan Yun smiled. Although he also knew that Chen Zong would not stay here for long and would eventually leave, the stronger the power he left behind, the more advantageous it would be for the Chen family's initial development. When the Chen family's development reached a certain level, they would have their own power. My cultivation has reached the peak of LV6 of the true martial realm. The next step is to accumulate to the limit and then break through. Chen Zong thought to himself. If he could break through to LV7 of the true martial realm, his strength would be significantly enhanced. During his time in the Longtu region, Chen Zong had a very detailed understanding of the combat strength of those in the true martial realm. The combat strength of the 5 geniuses of the Tianjiang prefecture was almost at the 4-star level, but it was not clear which level they were at. As for the geniuses in the first-tier camp, their combat strength was at the 3-star level. The geniuses in the second-tier camp were at the 2-star level. The geniuses in the third-tier camp were at the 1-star level. The requirements for the third-tier geniuses were both age and cultivation. Their cultivation could not exceed LV6 of the true martial realm. To reach LV6 of the true martial realm, one had to have the combat strength of a 1-star level, which was the strength of an ordinary LV9 of the true martial realm. This gap was very obvious. Not only did one have to be talented enough, but one also had to practice advanced cultivation methods, martial arts techniques and secret methods, and even a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Chen Zong estimated that his current level was equivalent to that of the geniuses in the second-tier camp. If he could break through to LV7 of the true martial realm, it would not be impossible for him to be on par with the geniuses in the first-tier camp. When I break through to LV7 of the true martial realm, I will go all out. Chen Zong thought to himself and continued to practice. The true martial alliance. Ancestor, Zhongba has something to discuss with you. The alliance master of the true martial alliance, Luo Zhongba, stood respectfully in front of a cyan stone door. His deep voice penetrated the stone door and went straight through the door. Speak. An even deeper voice came from behind the heavy stone door. Ancestor, back in the day, there was a genius in the True Sword Academy called Chernzong. Luo Zhongba quickly began to speak, from some of the old grudges to the present. Now, this person has obtained a fortuitous encounter and his strength has increased greatly. He is now strong enough to kill the two top elders of the Black Demon sect, the Red and the Black. I'm afraid his strength is not below mine. You are not confident, right? After a long time, the deep and old voice came again. Luo Zhongba nodded in agreement. He was indeed not confident. Although Luo Zhongba believed that his strength was stronger than the two top elders of the Black Demon sect, he was not confident that he could kill them in battle, especially when they were in the demon form. According to the news, Chernzong only used one sword to kill the demon form Elder Hong. No matter if it was a secret method or some other method, to be able to kill the demon form Elder Hong meant that the power of that sword was extremely terrifying. Luo Zhongba was not confident that he could block it. No one could be sure that Chernzong could use a second sword. Luo Zhongba regretted it very much. He should have used all his strength to kill Chernzong when he was still in the true martial alliance. Now it was too late. Chernzong's strength had already reached its peak. With the addition of Chernzong, the true martial sect's strength had increased by a lot. Coupled with the losses of the true martial alliance and the Black Demon sect, the true martial sect was faintly in a position to contend with the two. Therefore, Chernzong had to be eliminated as soon as possible. He also had to obtain his fortuitous encounter. Luo Zhongba thought about it. First, he was the alliance master of the true martial alliance. It was not appropriate for him to leave the true martial alliance and sneak into the true martial sect. Second, he was not confident. In the entire true martial alliance, there were very few people who were stronger than him. There was only one ancestor. The ancestor had been in seclusion for many years. Although on the surface he did not care about the true martial alliance, he had a shocking influence. Luo Zhongba had no choice but to ask the ancestor for help. However, he was not sure if the ancestor would be willing to help. The ancestor had not personally fought for more than 10 years. He waited anxiously. I understand. After a while, a vigorous voice came from behind the heavy stone door. I will do it myself. Thank you, ancestor. Luo Zhongba's face was full of joy. An ear-piercing cracking sound rang out as the heavy stone door slowly opened. Soon after, a tyrannical aura rushed out like a storm, causing Luo Zhongba's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly retreated as a look of joy appeared on his face. The stronger the ancestor was, the easier it would be to kill Chernzong. The stone door opened completely, and a tall and strong figure walked out. His shoulders were broad, as if he could carry a mountain. His aura was vigorous, extremely domineering. This was an old man with white hair and a beard. However, his face was ruddy and his eyes were bright, as if there were two big fireballs hidden in them. Luo Zhongba did not dare to look into his eyes, for fear of being burned. After glancing at Luo Zhongba, the ancestor's expression did not change. In a flash, he turned into a stream of light and quickly flew away. Luo Zhongba stared in the direction the ancestor left with a smile on his face. Chernzong, it's your fortune to have the ancestor personally fight you. It's also your fortune to be able to die by the ancestor's hands. In Luo Zhongba's opinion, no one in the world, except for the mysterious Black Demon sect leader, could fight against the ancestor. Perhaps if Chernzong had more time, with his talent and potential, he would be able to do it. However, he could not do it now. Now was the best time to kill Chenzong. His strong body was like a falling meteorite. He quickly streaked across the sky, causing the air to tremble. Rumbling sounds filled the air and the wind howled. Nothing could stop him. He was domineering. I've been in seclusion for more than 10 years. I didn't expect such a monster to appear. The ancestor sighed. Many years ago, old ancestor Zhen Wu's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th LV of the true martial realm. Since then, his strength had reached a bottleneck, and it had been difficult for him to make any progress. In order to pursue greater strength, old ancestor Zhen Wu had started from various aspects. His talent was also quite good. He had comprehended many cultivation methods and martial arts, and had created a heaven-level upper-grade cultivation method and martial arts that were very suitable for him, which had greatly improved his strength. However, the ancestor was not satisfied with this. He wandered around and obtained some opportunities to gradually improve himself and become even more powerful. Later, when he felt that he had accumulated enough, he began to cultivate in seclusion. He wanted to create the follow-up of the cultivation method and push it to a higher level. Now, more than 10 years had passed. Although he had not completely created the follow-up of the cultivation method, he had some ideas, and his strength had increased as a result. In fact, the ancestor did not intend to make a move at first. He only thought that since Chen Zong was so monstrous, he might have obtained some heaven-defying opportunity. If he could also obtain such a heaven-defying opportunity, he would definitely be able to improve on his current foundation. At the very least, as long as he could force Chen Zong to reveal the cultivation method that he cultivated, his strength would probably increase by a lot. He believed that the cultivation method that Chen Zong cultivated was not as simple as a superior heaven-level cultivation method. What could be more attractive than pursuing a higher level of martial arts and stronger strength? Nothing. After cultivating for so long, the ancestor did not know how strong he was. He only knew that he was very strong. Perhaps it was difficult to find a match in the eastern continent. On the other side of the mountain is the great world of martial arts. Chapter 442. In the Chen family residence, a young man wearing light armor with a white base and blue embellishments on his back was sprinting towards the direction of the vertical and horizontal residence. When he saw the white jade door of the vertical and horizontal residence, his face was filled with excitement. His heartbeat quickened and his blood flowed faster. The vertical and horizontal residence was a place that many brothers yearned to enter, even if it was just to take a look. However, none of them had the chance. Touching his chest, the young man stood in front of the white jade door and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. However, the more he did so, the more excited he became. He felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Finally, he managed to calm himself down. After tidying up his appearance, he stepped into the vertical and horizontal residence. Walking through an exquisite and secluded gravel path, there were tree branches on both sides. When the wind blew, it was as if they were waving at him. As Xiao Chen walked along the small path, he saw beams of silver sword light shooting out in all directions like the blazing sun. It was as if they were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. The young man was stunned. His consciousness seemed to have sunk into chaos. He became muddle-headed and did not know anything. After an unknown amount of time, the young man finally woke up. He felt dizzy, as if he had been thinking hard for a few days without sufficient rest. "Why did you come to the vertical and horizontal residence?" A voice that was as light as the wind sounded in his ears. "Yes, why did I come to the vertical and horizontal residence?" A thought appeared in his muddle-headed head. Immediately, his whole body quivered as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him. He suddenly woke up. Inner Guard Xiao Taichen greets the First Elder. The young man hurriedly looked in front of him. There stood a young man with 2 swords at his waist. He hurriedly bowed in a very respectful manner. The warriors that the Chun family recruited were divided into 3 types: inner guard, outer guard, and killer guard. The inner guard was responsible for the internal security of the family. They were responsible for protecting the safety of the family and defending against invaders. They were the strongest out of the 3 guards. They were also often chosen to be younger chi, refining realm warriors. The outer guard was more ordinary. They could handle some small situations. Therefore, the outer guard was currently taken up by chi refining realm warriors. The killer guard had another name, and that was the hunting team. In order for a clan to develop, a business was a must. Among the Chun clan's current businesses, there was a business dealing in demonic beasts. In addition to the clan's own needs, the killer squad was formed to focus on hunting demonic beasts. Currently, the killer guards were led by a small number of force refining realm martial artists. Most of the members were blood chi realm martial artists with decent strength. This inner guard, Xiao Taichen, looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His cultivation level was at the 3rd refinement stage, which was considered decent in the eastern continent. Chun Zong had an impression of Xiao Taichen because he was the one who had been handpicked by Chun Zong. Xiao Taichen actually fell into a trance when he saw Chun Zong practicing his swordsmanship. This proved that Xiao Taichen had a certain talent for swordsmanship. Perhaps Chun Zong could train him a little. The thought flashed through his mind. First Grand Elder, someone has delivered a letter from the outside, specifically asking for you. Xiao Taichen took out a letter from his bosom and presented it respectfully with both hands. Chun Zong made a grabbing motion in the air, and the letter flew into his hand. There was no writing on the cover. When Chun Zong opened the letter and took it out, he immediately felt a strong wave of energy. The content of the letter was short, with only a few words. However, every word contained a powerful aura and a restrained, domineering aura. This showed that the person who wrote the letter had a high level of attainment in martial arts and had a powerful and domineering style. There was no signature, so Chun Zong did not know who sent the letter. Xiao Taichen, come over tomorrow to practice swordsmanship with me. Chun Zong glanced at the inner guard who delivered the letter and said casually. However, the inner guard thought that it was an illusion. After confirming it, the inner guard trembled with excitement. The first Grand Elder wants me to practice swordsmanship with him. The inner guard trembled as he fell into a beautiful illusion. Chun Zong did not mind and quickly walked out of the vertical and horizontal residence. As for asking Xiao Taichen to practice swordsmanship with him, it was a sudden thought. Since Xiao Taichen had some talent in swordsmanship and the Chun family needed talents, he would do his best to help the Chun family before he left. Normal people would repay kindness. If Chun Zong gave Xiao Taichen some pointers, he would be indebted to Xiao Taichen for grooming him. This would make Xiao Taichen serve the Chun family even more wholeheartedly. After walking out of the Chun family mansion, Chun Zong shuttled through the crowd and quickly walked out of the flying martial city. His speed was very fast, and it was difficult for people to detect him. It felt as if someone had flashed in front of them, but it also felt like an illusion. Therefore, no one knew that it was Chun Zong. 100 miles east of the flying martial city, there was a small forest. After passing through the forest, there was a green lake that was thousands of meters wide. With Chun Zong's speed, it did not take long for him to cross 100 meters and reach the lake. He saw a tall and strong figure standing in the middle of the lake. His figure was majestic and unmoving, like a towering mountain. However, there were layers of ripples spreading out at a uniform speed on the surface of the lake. That was the application of strength. The collision between the strength and the lake water allowed this person to stand on the surface of the lake. His broad shoulders gave Chun Zong a feeling that he could carry a mountain and support the sky. His aura was extraordinary. Not to mention his strength, Just his temperament alone was enough to leave a deep impression. Some people were born extraordinary, but their achievements were limited due to the environment they were in. Chen Zong was sure that he had never seen this person before. Standing by the lake, the person in the lake turned his head to look at Chen Zong with his hands behind his back. His tiger-like eyes were extremely domineering, as if they could pierce through time and space. They brought with them a shocking pressure. This was a powerful pressure. It was the pressure cultivated by a superior person, and it was also the pressure of a powerful person. Chen Zong was not afraid at all. His eyes were as sharp as swords, like cold lightning piercing through the air. When their gazes collided, invisible sparks seemed to bloom in the air. The lake water surged, and there were waves, as if there were big fish swimming in it. Chen Zong. The two words came out of the old man's mouth. It was like the explosion of wind and thunder, causing countless ripples in the air. "Who are you?" Chen Zong asked in return. His voice was as sharp as a sword piercing through the air. "Great Ancestor Zhen Wu," the old man answered in a domineering manner. "Great Ancestor Zhen Wu." Chen Zong muttered in a low voice. He recalled what Shangguan Zhenlong had said. There seemed to be a hidden powerhouse in the real martial arts alliance. Could this great ancestor Zhen Wu be a hidden powerhouse in the real martial arts alliance? Regardless of whether it was true or not, this person came with hostility, so he was an enemy. "You're so young, but you're so talented. You're indeed extraordinary." Great ancestor Zhen Wu spoke again. His voice was as loud as a bell, causing the air to surge. Countless ripples appeared in the lake water as if many fish had rushed out. "I've always valued talents. Now that I'm old and my birthday is approaching, I hope to find a good disciple and pass on my mantle." Chen Zong smiled faintly when he heard this. He was about to accept a disciple, and it sounded so clumsy. "I don't like to beat around the bush. I'm here to accept you as my disciple and pass on my mantle. In the future, you can also become the leader of the real martial arts alliance." Great ancestor Zhen Wu threw another heavy punch. Indeed, to the cultivators living in the Eastern continent, becoming the leader of the real martial arts alliance was extremely attractive. It not only represented strength, but also power and status. Unfortunately, this was not attractive to Chen Zong at all. As for becoming great ancestor Zhen Wu's disciple, he could forget about it. Although great ancestor Zhen Wu's aura was very strong and his temperament was extraordinary, he was not even a pseudo-transcendent. A mere true martial realm cultivator, no matter how strong he was not qualified to become Chen Zong's master. Moreover, great ancestor Zhen Wu's disciple recruitment was just a pretense. He must have other motives. However, no matter what the motive was, Chen Zong would accept it. "What do you think?" Great ancestor Zhen Wu asked in the end with his hands behind his back. He looked very convincing. Looking at great ancestor Zhen Wu's appearance, Chen Zong was sure that if great ancestor Zhen Wu had lived in the Longtu region, he might have achieved greater things. "What's your star level?" Chen Zong asked in return. "Star level." Great ancestor Zhen Wu was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this before. "What's the level of your cultivation technique?" Chen Zong asked again. Great ancestor Zhen Wu's cultivation technique is a self-created cultivation technique. It's only a step away from reaching heaven grade, great ancestor Zhen Wu said in a deep voice with a hint of pride. Chen Zong was also secretly surprised. Creating a heaven-grade high-grade cultivation technique meant that great ancestor Zhen Wu had extremely high talent and attainments in martial art. Chen Zong was even more certain that if great ancestor Zhen Wu had been born in the Longtu region, as long as his background was not too bad, he would have achieved great things. At least, he would be better than what he was now. If his background was good, he might even become a top powerhouse. In short, you are not qualified to be my disciple. If you want to fight, let's fight. Chen Zong's tone was as sharp as a sword unsheathed from its scabbard. It seems that you want to test your master's skills, great ancestor Zhen Wu said shamelessly. He began to consider himself as his master. Chen Zong was immediately amused. He was so angry that he was amused. It was useless to talk to such a person. That was not what Chen Zong was good at. Chen Zong directly drew his sword. Great ancestor Zhen Wu's personality aside, he was very strong. He was stronger than anyone Chen Zong had encountered before, so Chen Zong had to treat him with caution. Chen Zong unsheathed his two swords. Silver sword light tore through the air. Cross sword chi tore the sky apart. It swept across the rippling lake and attacked great ancestor Zhen Wu. Great ancestor Zhen Wu raised his hands behind his back and pushed out a palm full of true force. Thunderous booms sounded as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas. Huge waves rolled up from the lake and surged forward. After the cross-sword chi was shattered, the remaining force did not dissipate. It still carried a powerful force and blasted toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong attacked again. Sword light tore through the air with incomparable sharpness. It split the lake waves that were coming at him. It was as if the world in front of him had been split into two. He attacked great ancestor Zhen Wu. This sword light was once again shattered by great ancestor Zhen Wu's palm. Not bad. Your strength has surpassed that of an ordinary LV9 true martial realm warrior. Great ancestor Zhen Wu's deep voice was like muffled thunder. He was very surprised. After all, hearsay was hearsay. Some people did not believe it. However, when they saw it with their own eyes and experienced it for themselves, the feeling was more direct and obvious. Great ancestor Zhen Wu was at the peak of LV6 true martial realm, but his strength surpassed that of an ordinary LV9 true martial realm warrior. What kind of talent was this? Chapter 443. Good disciple, take my self-created tyrant hand skill. Ancestor Zhen Wu's voice reverberated like a bell. He didn't move, but his right hand reached out and said, "The first move of the tyrant hand skill." Picking the stars with one hand. His right palm grew in the wind. Overbearing and majestic true power surged and gathered, turning into a huge palm the size of a small house. It crossed hundreds of meters and grabbed at Chen Zong. His true power was majestic, and his momentum was vigorous. He seemed to be able to pick the stars and the moon with one hand. When his palm fell, a terrible pressure suddenly pressed down, making Chen Zong feel that his whole body was tied up and he couldn't move. He had to admit that this move was indeed powerful. Chen Zong estimated that the power of this move was enough to reach the 3-star level. It should be at the early stage of the 3-star level. Chen Zong sighed in his heart, but he wouldn't wait for death. His true power surged, and his pure yang qi and blood surged. His two swords slashed in front of him, leaving a silver arc and then stabbed out. The power of the two swords was also activated by Chen Zong. The 28th move of the horizontal sword technique. It was the most powerful move. Break. Chen Zong's cultivation was at the peak of LV6 of the true martial realm, but his combat strength still hadn't reached the 3-star level. However, with the help of his pure yang qi and blood and the power of his pseudo-spiritual weapons, he could barely reach the 3-star level. The first sword broke through the air, followed by the second and third. Beams of sharp and overbearing silver sword light shot out. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen swords bombarded the big hand that was grabbing at ancestor Zhen Wu. If he didn't have enough strength, he could make up for it with numbers. It was enough when there was no absolute gap. The big hand that was grabbing at ancestor Zhen Wu was shattered by the dozens of sword light. Chen Zong stretched his body and instantly approached ancestor Zhen Wu. His two swords broke through the air and launched an extremely violent attack. Floating swan body movement was performed to the extreme. Her body was as light as a feather, but she was also very agile. She circled around Ancestor Zhen Wu. After exchanging a few blows, Chen Zong knew that old Ancestor Zhen Wu was most proficient in strength. It was not physical strength, but the strength brought about by his domineering and majestic true power. He was very powerful. Although Chen Zong could fight him head-on, he was still inferior. What he excelled in was not the so-called strength, but his speed was also outstanding. In the face of Chen Zong's nimble movements and high-speed storm-like sword, Patriarch Zhen Wu's expression did not change. He struck out with his palms consecutively, and each of his palms carried an astonishing pressure that pressed down on the surroundings. The surface of the lake collapsed and then exploded. The sword light shattered and the wind from the palm dispersed. The fish in the lake were all killed, turning into countless drops of blood that dyed the lake red. The two swords were extremely violent. Dense sword beams poured down like a heavenly river. Then, Chen Zong sheathed his swords. However, countless sword beams still charged toward Patriarch True Martial. Mixed iron forging hands! Chen Zong shouted secretly. His pure yang blood qi surged. His palms were hot and red, as if they contained two blazing suns. They were extremely violent. He struck out fiercely, but Patriarch Zhen Wu blocked his palm. The heat spread and seeped into Patriarch Zhen Wu's arms. He felt like he was being burned. Chen Zong did not feel good either. Patriarch Zhen Wu's true power was too overbearing. When it entered Chen Zong's arms, it poured into Chen Zong's body like a hot knife through butter. It immediately caused some damage to Chen Zong's body. If Chen Zong's body refinement realm was not high, this attack would have caused a terrifying injury. Chen Zong would have lost his ability to fight. Even so, it was still very uncomfortable. Chen Zong endured the pain caused by the rampaging power in his body. The second palm passed through the sword light and the wind from the palm and landed directly on Patriarch Zhen Wu's back. There was a rumble like a drum. Patriarch Zhen Wu's body trembled. His expression changed drastically. A terrifying blazing power seeped into his body and burned it, causing wanton destruction. Patriarch Zhen Wu hurriedly mobilized his domineering and majestic true power to attack. However, he realized that his powerful true power did not affect the power as much as he had imagined. He could only expel it bit by bit. What kind of martial art is this? Patriarch Zhen Wu was shocked. His desire grew even stronger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Zong pulled out his swords again and executed the 28th move of the unhindered sword technique. He attacked continuously, breaking through Patriarch Zhen Wu's defense from various angles and leaving wounds on his body. After a round of battle, Chen Zong basically understood that Patriarch Zhen Wu's strength lay in his strength. His speed and reaction were inferior. In other words, Patriarch Zhen Wu could reach the 3-star level in terms of strength. However, he was not at the 3-star level in other aspects. He avoided the opponent's strengths and grasped the opponent's weaknesses to display his own advantages. Patriarch Zhen Wu did not have a body refinement cultivation. Chen Zong had a decent body refinement cultivation. Even though his overall combat strength was inferior to Patriarch Zhen Wu's, his survivability was stronger than Patriarch Zhen Wu's. Even if he suffered some attacks, he could withstand them better. Patriarch Zhen Wu did not feel good after being hit by the mixed iron forging hand. His entire body felt like it was being roasted by fire. He had to divert a portion of his true power to resist. As a result, his strength was clearly reduced. As for Chen Zong himself, with his powerful physique and pure unhindered true power, the domineering power that had seeped into Patriarch Zhen Wu's body was quickly expelled. His injuries were also quickly healed. In the face of Ancestor True Martial, who was a powerful and tyrannical foe with superb martial arts and rich combat experience, all Chen Zong could do was unleash his advantages to the fullest and trade injury for injury. He could withstand the same injuries, but Patriarch Zhen Wu might not be able to. Patriarch Zhen Wu did not have a body refinement cultivation and was more than 100 years old. His body was no longer as strong as before. You forced Patriarch Zhen Wu to do this. Patriarch Zhen Wu's body was covered in sword wounds. Although they were not serious, they were bloody and terrifying. The blazing power in his body surged, making him extremely furious. He did not expect Patriarch Zhen Wu to be so strong. He also did not expect Patriarch Zhen Wu to be so decisive as to trade injuries for injuries. Patriarch Zhen Wu had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Patriarch Zhen Wu gritted his teeth. His face was filled with viciousness. He raised his right index finger. Domineering and majestic true power surged and gathered at the tip of his finger. 7-star life. Patriarch Zhen Wu's deep voice was like the roar of a trapped beast. Patriarch Zhen Wu's index finger tapped his right chest. His body trembled involuntarily. Then, he raised his index finger and tapped another spot. In the blink of an eye, Patriarch Zhen Wu tapped 7 times. Every tap seemed to use all his strength. Every tap made Patriarch Zhen Wu's body tremble slightly. However, with every tap, Patriarch Zhen Wu's aura grew stronger. After all 7 taps, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Patriarch Zhen Wu's body. It was at least twice as strong, and it continued to grow stronger and stronger. Chen Zong could clearly see that Patriarch Zhen Wu's body, which was already very strong, seemed to swell up again. He became even stronger. Wisps of air swirled around his body. Patriarch Zhen Wu's face was red. Veins covered his face. His eyes were as big as copper bells. They shone with a fierce light. He looked like a demon. It was as if he was going to devour Chen Zong whole. Second hand. Mountain shatter. Patriarch Zhen Wu's palm was extremely violent and ruthless. The huge palm covered the sky and the sun. The palm seemed to be covered with python-like veins that could shatter mountains. The rumbling sound was like thousands of thunderbolts. A large part of the lake collapsed. The terrifying pressure made Chen Zong suffocate. His bones kept making cracking sounds. So strong. Chen Zong was shocked. The power of this move was at least at the middle stage of the 3-star level. It might even be stronger. The only thing I can do now is take a gamble. His heart sank. Chen Zong stared at the vast pressure. His body sank slightly, as if he was going to sink to the bottom of the lake. His true power surged and spread to all parts of his body in a strange way. His mind and will were highly concentrated. It was as if he was ascending. Secret sword, endless true power surged and poured into the longsword. The longsword trembled slightly and transformed into a blurry sword light that spread out. Then, Chen Zong's wrist moved. The longsword moved like a fan opening up, bringing out layers of sword light. The lake was green and rippled. The water and the sky merged. A blurry figure appeared out of thin air. It seemed to be some kind of bird. It spread its tail as if it wanted to cover the sky and the earth. Green and red lights intertwined like rainbows. When it spread open, it was so beautiful that it was too much for the eyes to take in. It was so mesmerizing that one could not extricate themselves from it. It was indescribably beautiful. Patriarch True Marshall's ferocious face trembled. A hint of confusion appeared in his ferocious eyes. It was as if he saw a beautiful bird flying over from the void. The bird spread its tail like an extremely beautiful painting. The huge hand that was slapping down also stopped. It showed signs of dissipating. Dragon Sparrow Dance. Along with the last 3 words, a hair-like sword light pierced through the air from the extremely beautiful dragon sparrow tail. It was extremely sharp. Patriarch True Marshall was shocked and quickly came to his senses. The huge hand condensed again and slapped down fiercely, wanting to shatter Chen Zong. However, he was too slow. In a battle between experts, life and death were only a thin line away. The sword light had already pierced through Patriarch True Martial's glabella, crushing his brain and causing his soul to dissipate. Losing control, the huge hand began to disintegrate. When it hit Chenzong, it did not have much power left. Even so, it still caused Chenzong's body to be in extreme pain. His entire body almost sank into the lake. He leaped up, grabbed Patriarch True Martial's falling body, and quickly flew to the lake. After throwing Patriarch True Martial's body to the ground, Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief. Although this battle was very short, it was very difficult. Patriarch True Martial was very strong, especially the 7-star life he used at the end. It should be a secret technique. It was even more shocking. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 2 secret swords of the Unhindered Sword sect. Facing a powerful enemy like Patriarch True Martial, the effect of using Dragon Sparrow Dance was better than Star Life. If he had used Star Life, he might have been able to kill Patriarch True Martial, but he would most likely have been killed. He quickly took action and found a book made of animal skin on Patriarch True Martial's body. There was nothing else. True Martial Secret Records. Chenzong could not help but smile. Judging from the name, it should be Patriarch True Martial's own cultivation manual. Perhaps it would be useful to him. He flipped through it a few times. Indeed, Patriarch True Martial's cultivation experience was recorded in it. In addition, there were cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret techniques that Patriarch True Martial had created. Not bad. Chenzong nodded. This true martial old ancestor had an outstanding talent. He was able to create his own cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret skills. He indeed had an extraordinary accumulation of knowledge. This true martial secret records should be able to inspire him. Chapter 444. First update. Ancestor Zhen Wu came quietly and died under Chenzong's sword. He was buried quietly in the ground. Only Chenzong knew about this. Even Luo Zhongba, the leader of the Real Martial Alliance, didn't know about this. When Chenzong returned to the Qin family's verdant residence, his injuries had healed by 80 to 90%. The remaining 10% was completely healed as well. If Patriarch True Martial came back to life, he would have died from anger. Chenzong opened the Zhenwu secret record and read it carefully. The first part was about the Zhenwu secret technique. The name was very domineering. One could feel Ancestor Zhen Wu's great ambition. After spending some time, Chenzong finished reading the contents of the Zhen Wu Absolute skill. This was a heaven-level upper rank skill, and it belonged to the top level of the heaven-level upper rank skill. The Zhen Wu true power that was cultivated from this skill was mainly tyrannical and majestic, and its power was tyrannical. After reading the Zhenwu secret technique, Chenzong moved on to the second part. It was a martial art. Tyrant hand technique. It was also a top upper grade heaven-level martial art. Chenzong had seen Ancestor Zhen Wu use 2 of the moves. The Tyrant hand technique had a total of 3 moves. Each of them was powerful and had their own unique uses. Picking stars with one hand, crushing mountains with the second, overturning rivers and seas with the third. Similarly, Chenzong could see the essence of many martial arts from the Tyrant hand technique. If Chenzong didn't practice swordsmanship, he would also be tempted by the Tyrant hand technique. Ancestor Zhen Wu is indeed a genius. Chenzong couldn't help but nod. However, it wasn't too surprising that he created the Zhenwu secret technique and the Tyrant hand technique with more than 100 years of experience. The third part was the 7-star life technique that Ancestor Zhen Wu had used before. This was a strange secret technique that stimulated the potential of the human body and overdrew one's essence qi. Once it was used, it could at least double one's strength, which was very significant. However, at the same time, it would consume one's essence qi. When the secret technique was used, one would fall into a weak state and need to rest for a long time or take elixirs to replenish one's essence chi to recover. In serious cases, it would even reduce one's lifespan and damage one's martial Dao foundation. All in all, this was a very domineering secret technique. It was unknown what level it was at. Although I don't practice the true martial unique skill and the mighty hand skill, I can learn from them and accumulate them for myself. I can also leave them in the Chun family for the warriors to practice. As for the 7-star life calling secret method, I can practice it directly, Chen Zong thought to himself. The 7-star life calling secret method required a strong body and abundant essence qi. Ancestor Zhenwu's body was very strong and had abundant essence qi, while Chen Zong had a high level of body refining, so he did not have to worry about essence qi. In addition to these 3 parts, there was also Ancestor Zhenwu's detailed cultivation experience. Most of it was about the true martial unique skill, the mighty hand skill and the 7-star life calling secret method. From it, Chen Zong also learned that the 7-star life calling secret method was not created by Ancestor Zhenwu, but by chance. Next, Chen Zong comprehended the true martial unique skill and the mighty hand skill, and practiced the 7-star life calling secret method. The next day, Xiao Taichen came as promised. Chen Zong spent half an hour teaching him sword technique. Every word of advice was directed to the core. After half an hour, Xiao Taichen felt that he had learned a lot, but he still needed some time to digest everything. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Chen Zong had fully grasped the mysteries of the true martial unique skill and the mighty hand skill. He was also able to use the true martial unique skill and the 7-star life calling secret method. It's time to move. Chen Zong sheathed his 2 swords and walked out of the Zongheng residence. He left the Chen family mansion, and no one knew where he was going. Chen Zong's figure was as light as the wind as he flew through the forest. Then, he stepped on the waves and left the territory of the true martial sect. He entered the territory of the true martial alliance and headed straight for the main city of the true martial sect. He came alone with a sword. Chen Zong's idea was very simple. If Ancestor Zhenwu of the true martial alliance could cross the border to find him, then he could also cross the border and go straight to the true martial alliance's headquarters. Even if there were warriors more powerful than Ancestor Zhenwu in the true martial alliance, Chen Zong still had a trump card to deal with them. Not to mention, the possibility of that happening was extremely low. Maybe Ancestor Zhenwu was the strongest warrior in the true martial alliance. Swallowing the humiliation when someone came to kill him was not Chen Zong's style. Currently, there were quite a few people who knew of Chen Zong's reputation. However, there were not many who had actually seen Chen Zong before. After stepping into the true martial main city, there was no one who could recognize Chen Zong. His steps were swift, and he quickly went to the true martial alliance's location. Halt! There were 2 true martial realm warriors guarding the gate of the true martial alliance. Go in and report that the true martial sect's vice-sect leader is here to visit Luo Zhongba. Chen Zong said with a smile on his face. When the 2 guards heard this, they were dumbfounded. The true martial sect's vice-sect leader. What kind of status was this? Regardless of whether it was true or false, the 2 guards did not dare to be negligent. One of them stared at Chen Zong with vigilance, his hand on the hilt of the saber at his waist. His inner strength surged, and he was ready to use his strongest attack at any time. However, he did not know that if Chen Zong wanted to break in, even if there were 100 of him, he would not be able to stop him. The other guard quickly entered the true martial alliance and reported this matter. Chen Zong was not in a hurry at all. He waited patiently. This time, he came to the true martial alliance to settle this matter once and for all. Then, he would deal with the Black Demon sect. It had to be said that the efficiency of the true martial alliance was very high. Not long after, a large group of true martial realm warriors rushed out from inside and quickly formed an encirclement from the left and right, surrounding Chen Zong. There were more than 100 true martial realm warriors in the early and middle stages. Each of them held a strong crossbow in their hands. The crossbow bolts shone with a cold light and emitted a threatening cold air. They all locked onto Chen Zong. It was as if Chen Zong made any rash move, he would be shot full of holes and die a violent death. Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. Let alone 100, even 1,000 of these crossbow bolts would not be able to hurt him. Then, more than a dozen figures rushed out from the true martial alliance. Each of them emitted a powerful aura and locked onto Chen Zong. They were all warriors in the late stage of the true martial realm. Then, 3 LV9 true martial realm warriors appeared. Their powerful auras locked onto Chen Zong. Finally, the true martial alliance's leader, Luo Zhongba, strode out. His gaze fell on Chen Zong's face. Luo Zhongba frowned. When he heard that it was the true martial sect's vice leader, Luo Zhongba's first reaction was surprise. His second reaction was that it was fake. The true martial sect was the enemy of the true martial alliance. How could its vice leader dare to come here alone? Wasn't that like a lamb in a tiger's mouth? Moreover, this person looked so young. Who are you? Luo Zhongba asked in a deep voice. While Luo Zhongba was sizing up Chen Zong was also sizing up Luo Zhongba. He seemed to be of the same lineage as the true martial ancestor. However, compared to the true martial ancestor's natural domineering temperament, there was a big difference. True martial sect's vice leader. Chen Zong. Chen Zong smiled. Chen Zong. You're Chen Zong. These 2 words were like thunder in his ears. Luo Zhongba knew that Chen Zong was young, but he did not expect him to be so young. He also did not expect that Chen Zong would dare to come here alone. Third, he did not expect that the true martial ancestor had already set out to find Chen Zong. How could Chen Zong appear here? Could it be that the true martial ancestor had not found him yet? Questions flashed through his mind. In the end, Luo Zhongba concluded that he did not know the reason. Perhaps there was a delay or a mistake. In short, the true martial ancestor had not found Chen Zong, nor did he know that Chen Zong had come here. However, since he dared to enter the true martial alliance's headquarters alone, it was tantamount to delivering himself to the true martial alliance's doorstep. I don't know what you're relying on, but since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Luo Zhongba smiled coldly. His heart was full of excitement. He longed to obtain everything that Chen Zong had, but he did not have the confidence to find Chen Zong himself. Instead, he asked the true martial ancestor for help. Now that Chen Zong had delivered himself to the true martial ancestor, was there a better ending than this? Luo Zhongba was an ambitious person. He was unwilling to accept the fact that he was the alliance master of the true martial alliance, but he was still inferior to the old ancestor of the true martial alliance. If his strength surpassed the old ancestor of the true martial alliance, then he would be able to change this situation and truly control the true martial alliance. After that, he would be able to subdue the true martial sect and the Black Demon sect and unify the Eastern continent. Release the arrows. He waved his hand and ordered. Hundreds of true martial realm martial artists did not hesitate at all. They pulled the triggers and arrows that were as long as a forearm flew out of their hand. The arrows shot out faster than the speed of sound. They pierced through the air and mercilessly shot toward Chen Zong. After shooting the arrows, hundreds of true martial realm martial artists immediately took out new arrows and quickly loaded them. They pulled the triggers again and shot out 3 times in a row. A total of 300 arrows were shot toward Chen Zong. They were densely packed and each arrow had amazing power. They could easily kill a martial artist at the 4th level of the true martial realm and endanger the life of a martial artist at the 5th level of the true martial realm. 300 arrows were shot in 3 waves. Even a martial artist at the 7th level of the true martial realm would be killed, let alone a martial artist at the 6th level of the true martial realm. Even a martial artist at the 8th level of the true martial realm would find it difficult to resist. Even if Chen Zong was very strong, he would not be able to deal with the attack of 300 arrows calmly. If he panicked, the other martial artists would make a move, and Luo Zhongba would make a move in the end. A smile appeared on Luo Zhongba's face. He was already imagining the scene of capturing Chen Zong alive and interrogating him about his martial arts. Soon, it was close at hand. Countless specks of dust floated lazily in the air. When the crossbow bolts shot past, they would cause countless specks of dust to move rapidly. It was as if a crocodile had suddenly appeared in calm water, or a leisurely and lazy duck was fleeing for its life. Countless specks of dust battered Chen Zong's body, allowing him to clearly sense the trajectory and speed of the 300 crossbow bolts without even using his eyes. He clearly grasped where they would end up. Faint waves of numbness came from all over his body, as if he was about to be hit. However, Chen Zong did not feel uncomfortable at all. He had already adapted and mastered the 1st level of the Zhaoxian realm. Chapter 445. Begging for monthly votes, begging for subscriptions, looking at the dust like a boulder. My sword shines through the mystery. Both swords were unsheathed, and silver sword light covered the surroundings like rain. The sword chi was sharp and overbearing, and nothing could stop it. Numerous crossbow bolts pierced through the air, but they were shattered by the silver sword light, turning into countless dust particles that drifted away in the air. Like a hazy fog, they covered Chen Zong's figure. Attack! Luo Zhongba frowned, and his eyes flickered as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. He immediately said to the dozen or so late-stage genuine martial realm martial artists. Suddenly, more than a dozen late-stage true martial realm martial artists made their moves one after another, their true power surging like the waves of a river, like the rampaging of a mountain. They released an astonishing power that could destroy the city walls and shatter the earth. Every move was mysterious, and from all directions they attacked Chen Zong. Of course, there were more than a dozen late-stage genuine martial realm martial artists in the real martial alliance. However, half of them were guarding the ultimate martial main city, and the rest were scattered to perform their own duties. In the end, only these dozen or so people stayed in the true martial main city. Among them, there were 2 LV9 genuine martial realm martial artists. The fierce shooting of arrows and the full-strength attacks of the late-stage genuine martial realm martial artists were extremely powerful. An ordinary LV9 genuine martial realm martial artist would be suppressed and killed in an instant. Even Luo Zhongba himself was not confident that he could deal with it easily. Luo Zhongba squinted his eyes, as sharp as an eagle as he stared at his prey's every move. As long as his prey showed any signs of weakness, he would seize the opportunity to make his move. His 5 fingers spread open, and a tyrannical and overbearing true power flowed between his fingers. Occasionally, it would spurt out, and the hard ground would be pierced with finger-sized holes. Little did they know that Chen Zong was also paying attention to Luo Zhongba while he was dealing with the attacks from all directions. Chen Zong was alone, and his target was Luo Zhongba. However, Luo Zhongba wasn't weak either. Chen Zong wasn't completely confident that he could kill Luo Zhongba in an instant. After all, Luo Zhongba was the leader of the true martial alliance. It was normal for him to have some tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, he needed an opportunity to kill his opponent in one blow, leaving no room for escape. The sword radiance pierced through the air. His sword art was peerless and looked down upon the world. The arrows were shattered, and all the attacks were penetrated and destroyed. However, Chen Zong did not have it easy. After all, this kind of attack was very strong, and the pressure it brought was also very strong. Every time he defeated the opponent's attack, Chen Zong could feel a trace of rebounding force hitting his arms and body. Once or twice was nothing, but under the intensive attacks, the rebounding force gathered into a crazy force, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Fortunately, Chen Zong's body-refining cultivation was not bad, so he was able to withstand it. The two 9th-level true martial realm martial artists once again attacked, one from the left and one from the right. Their incomparably tyrannical true force transformed into a bombardment of giant beasts, as if it could destroy a mountain, without any mercy. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with sharpness. His two swords slashed out and collided with the two powerful attacks. A roar was heard, and a terrible force surged in all directions. Ripples were formed, and a storm was blown away, blowing the others back. The hundreds of true martial realm martial artists could no longer shoot arrows. Under this kind of impact, Chen Zong could not withstand it and flew backward, in the direction where Luo Zhongba was. A trace of joy appeared in Luo Zhongba's eyes. "This is the chance," he secretly said, and his tyrannical true force instantly poured into his arms and went straight to his 5 fingers. It became more than 100 times stronger than steel. Just as Chen Zong's body flew backward uncontrollably, Luo Zhongba also made his move. His hands formed into claws, and with an unparalleled domineering aura, he viciously grabbed at Chen Zong's shoulders. This move seemed to be able to capture tigers and dragons. Countless true force swirled around each of his fingers, as if countless vortexes were condensed on his 5 fingers, filled with all kinds of strange and powerful forces. If Chen Zong was caught, the countless forces would constantly pull at his body, and he would lose his ability to resist. He would then be captured and become a prisoner. Luo Zhongba did not know how many strong enemies he had used this move against and how many times he had succeeded. This time, he was going to use it on Chen Zong. "The true martial ancestor has died under my sword." A voice that was not loud sounded directly into Luo Zhongba's ears. It sounded so calm that it was almost indifferent. However, when it fell into Luo Zhongba's ears, it instantly set off a storm, as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded. How does he know about the true martial ancestor? Has the true martial ancestor already found him? If the true martial ancestor has already found him, how can he still come here unscathed? Could it be like what he said, that the true martial ancestor was killed by his sword? One question after another jumped out uncontrollably in Luo Zhongba's mind, like a fountain gushing out. There were more and more questions, and it became more and more chaotic. Impossible. The true martial ancestor's strength is unparalleled in the world. Although Chen Zong is powerful, he is definitely not the true martial ancestor's match. He is lying to me to divert my attention. But how does he know about the true martial ancestor's existence? Could it be a trap set up by him and the true martial ancestor? Affirmation, denial. Luo Zhongba's mind was spinning rapidly, and his mind was in a mess. No, the true martial ancestor would not set up a trap with him. He must have heard about the true martial ancestor from somewhere and deliberately disturbed my mind. That's right. Chen Zong's purpose was to disturb Luo Zhongba's mind. Just a little disturbance was enough. He created an opportunity to get close to Luo Zhongba and let Luo Zhongba think that he could seize the opportunity to attack. Then, he opened his mouth to talk about the true martial ancestor to disturb Luo Zhongba's mind to a certain extent. This was a strategy. No matter how powerful a person was, as long as his mind was disturbed and he hesitated for a moment, it would be difficult for him to fully exert his strength. The result would often be different. Moreover, Chen Zong's strength was originally higher than Luo Zhongba's. This kind of disturbance would further increase the gap between the two of them. In just an instant, Luo Zhongba's eyes were filled with a silver brilliance. It was as if a silver world was crushing down on him. It was mighty, powerful, and extremely sharp. Nothing in the world could stop it. In the mortal world, no one could defeat it. Luo Zhongba only felt that everything seemed to have slowed down. Even his thoughts and his movements seemed to have slowed down. When the silver brilliance in front of him dissipated, Luo Zhongba also felt powerless. The world in front of him reappeared, but for some reason, it had become dark. It was as if day had turned into night. Luo Zhongba is dead. Why are you still not surrendering? A cold voice rang out. It entered everyone's ears, including Luo Zhongba's. Luo Zhongba. Isn't that my name? What kind of joke is this? How could I die? His last consciousness was darkness, and he sank into the abyss. Luo Zhongba fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with confusion. His blood dyed the ground red. The rest of the true martial alliance were dumbfounded. The alliance master was killed. For a moment, no one was able to react. He killed the alliance master to avenge him. A LV9 true martial realm martial artist reacted quickly. At the same time, his body was filled with killing intent. He exploded with all his strength. His true force surged like a tide, fiercely attacking Chen Zong. Divine light burst out, and the two swords pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's attack was cut open, and Chen Zong continued to attack. Blood flashed, and blood splattered in the air. The LV9 true martial realm martial artist who attacked was killed directly. The others were so scared that they stopped attacking, afraid of being killed. Submit or die. Chen Zong's cold voice resounded once again. His sharp and cold gaze swept across the group of true martial realm martial artists. It was as if they had been frozen in ice for an eternity, causing them to shiver from head to toe. 1, 2, 3. When Chen Zong counted to 10, no one made a sound. His hands trembled, and the silver sword light pierced through the air again. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen true martial realm martial artists were killed. If you don't make a sound, I will think that you don't want to surrender, Chen Zong said again. At the same time, the crowd was shocked and angry, but at the same time, they were scared to death. I surrender. I surrender too. Afraid of being killed, the first true martial realm martial artist suddenly shouted anxiously. With the first, there was a second. It spread like a virus. Soon, dozens of people expressed their surrender. However, there were also people who glared at Chen Zong and stubbornly resisted to the end. Chen Zong's purpose here was to kill Luo Zhongba and take control of the real martial arts alliance. As for how to take control, of course, he would use the simplest and most direct method. He didn't have the time and energy to slowly buy people's hearts and operate slowly. There were only two ways to control people. The first was to use the carrot and stick to buy people's hearts and use them for his own purposes. The second was to beat and kill, making people feel fear and fear. It would leave a shadow in their hearts, and they wouldn't dare to have any strange thoughts when they saw him. Chen Zong chose the second method, which was simple, direct, and violent. If they didn't surrender, he would kill them until they did. Those who surrender, stand behind me, Chen Zong said. His eyes became sharper and sharper as he stared at those who didn't surrender. Suddenly, dozens of people who expressed their surrender hurriedly moved and rushed behind Chen Zong, afraid that they would be implicated. You don't want to surrender. Do you want to die? Chen Zong asked back, full of murderous intent. Suddenly, everyone's hair stood on end. I surrender. The LV9 true martial realm martial artist said with difficulty. Seeing that the strongest person with the highest cultivation among them had surrendered, the others seemed to have let go of their insistence and also expressed their surrender. However, not everyone was like that. In the end, there were still a few who stubbornly resisted to the end. In the end, they were killed by Chen Zong mercilessly. This bloody fact made the others who had already submitted to him extremely horrified. God of killing. He was simply a god of killing, a demon. He killed without hesitation and showed no mercy. He was very powerful and looked very young, which meant that he had endless potential. It was undoubtedly the most unwise thing to do to make an enemy of this kind of person. The best way to do it was to surrender as soon as possible. For a moment, those who had already surrendered found the most suitable reason for themselves to surrender. Thus, they felt that it was natural for them to surrender. They didn't feel the slightest burden in their hearts. Some even thought that surrendering to such a person might lead to a better future. Chapter 446. Chernzong was sitting on the throne of the true Martial Alliance's leader, but he was not excited at all. A mere alliance master of the true Martial Alliance was nothing. Compared to the supreme Sword Dao, he seemed so insignificant. The level 9 true Martial Realm cultivator had already left and was rushing to the ultimate martial main city at full speed. He wanted to summon all the important members of the Overlord Martial Alliance. The Tyrant Martial Union was created by the Tyrant Martial Union. As the cultivation level of the Tyrant Martial Union increased, the strength of the Tyrant Martial Union also increased. The Tyrant Martial Union continued to develop and become more powerful. Now, it had directly become a sub-union of the True Martial Union, with many 9th-level True Martial Realm martial artists in charge. Upon receiving the summons, the Tyrant Martial Prodigy immediately set off with his trusted subordinates, such as Dragon, Tiger, and Eagle. However, he left behind the True Martial Realm martial artists sent by the True Martial Alliance's headquarters in the Ultimate Martial Arts main city. "Why did the leader summon us?" asked the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader. "You'll know when you see the leader," said the level 9 True Martial Realm cultivator. He had already submitted to Chernzong and had seen how ruthless Chernzong was, so he did not dare to disobey. "Where's the leader?" Walking into the main hall of the True Martial Alliance, the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader suddenly had a bad feeling. The True Martial Alliance's cultivators who had submitted to Chernzong rushed out and surrounded the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader. Then, Chernzong walked out and sat on the leader's throne. "Who are you?" asked the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader. He frowned and put his hands behind his back. His strong body emitted an invisible majestic aura. His eyes were like a fierce tiger's, as if there was the light of the sun gathering. It was difficult to look at him directly. He wanted to give Chernzong a strong impact and pressure. If it was an ordinary True Martial Realm cultivator who had the same cultivation level as the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader, or even higher, they would feel uncomfortable facing such a gaze. However, he was facing Chernzong. Not to mention the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader, even the true martial ancestor's gaze could not make Chernzong's face change. Behind the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader were his trusted subordinates, Dragon, Tiger, and Eagle. Now, each of them had a cultivation level of level 2 True Martial Realm, and were stronger than ordinary level 2 True Martial Realm cultivators. Dragon General Li Qianshan stared at Chernzong. He felt that Chernzong's face looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Facing the questioning gazes of the people from the Martial Overlord League, Chernzong's expression was indifferent. He sat high up on the throne, as if he was sitting on the clouds. He looked down at everyone with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Martial Dragon General Leader. Dragon General Li Qianshan. Dragon General Li Qianshan. Li Qianshan Li at that time, they was like a mountain Li leader. To lead to Martial Alliance's leaders. Martial sect, Martial Alliance's sect. Martial sect. Now that a few years had passed and he had returned and seen with his own eyes the heavens chosen of the feudal martial kingdom, who was highly praised by countless people, as well as the Dragon, Tiger, and Eagle generals under his command, as well as other famous geniuses and so on. However, He had a feeling that the mountains he had thought of back then were just small stones. Even if it was the tyrant martial prodigy, he was just a slightly bigger rock. He didn't even have the qualifications to be a stepping stone. However, the grudges that should be settled still had to be settled. "My name is Chunzong," Chunzong said. Chunzong. The geniuses from the tyrannical martial school were stunned when they heard this name. This name was like thunder in their ears, at least for a short period of time. Then, an inexplicable panic emerged from the depths of his heart. Chunzong. Why was Chunzong here? Why was Chunzong sitting on the Alliance Chief's throne? Luo Zhongba is dead. You guys are next. Chunzong spoke again, his words causing the crowd to panic even more, causing the expressions of the tyrannical martial prodigy and the others to change drastically. Luo Zhongba was the Alliance Chief of the true martial alliance. He was dead? Killed by Chunzong? Did Chunzong have the strength to do so? You killed my father? The tyrannical martial prodigy, Yuan Venerate Luo, glared at Chunzong. His tall and strong body surged with true force, like a volcano about to erupt. His talent was unparalleled, and he was high above everyone else. His future was limitless. However, when someone called Chunzong appeared, his limelight had overshadowed him. Now, it seemed like he had become a nightmare. I killed him, Chunzong admitted without hesitation. He ignored the anger and murderous intent in Yuan Venerate Luo's eyes and said unhurriedly, "Next, as long as you guys can take one of my moves, you can live. I'll kill you first." Li Qianshan roared, his murderous intent raging. His long spear pierced through the air like a dragon coming out of the abyss. It carried an extreme murderous intent and tyrannical strength. In an instant, it traversed dozens of meters and pierced through the void, stabbing toward Chunzong. This spear was enough to pose a fatal threat to a third-level true martial realm martial artist. However, it was too weak for Chunzong. His body did not move at all. He raised his eyelids slightly and flicked his finger. The sharp finger pierced through the air and directly attacked Dragon General Li Qianshan, who was going all out. This tyrannical attack seemed so weak in front of Chunzong's finger. The terrifying finger shattered the sharp tip of the spear and spread to the body of the spear at an extremely fast speed. By the time it reached Li Qianshan's hands, his arms were broken and blood spurted out. Li Qianshan flew out of the hall faster than he had come. When he landed outside the hall, he was already a broken corpse, as if he had been brutally ravaged by a demonic beast. This scene made the eyes of the true martial alliance's martial artists twitch incessantly. It also made the tyrannical martial prodigy and the other tyrannical martial prodigies grit their teeth in horror. The first one. Chunzong's voice rang out at the same time. It was like a death sentence. The second one. At the same time, Chunzong raised his finger again and gently pointed in the air. An extremely sharp silver light pierced through the air and shot out. Countless ripples surged in the air and quickly rushed forward. Each ripple contained a terrifying power that could crush steel. This finger was aimed at Tiger General. Tiger General's expression changed drastically. He was extremely frightened and hurriedly retreated at full speed. He wanted to leave this place, but his speed was obviously not as fast as Chunzong's finger. The difference between the two was like the difference between a bird and an ant. Tiger General's body had just leaped backward when his forehead was pierced by the silver finger. He fell backward. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Eagle General was so frightened that he went limp. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. However, Chunzong's answer was to kill Eagle General with a finger. Eagle General raised his head with a complicated expression of pleading and panic on his face before he finally fell to the ground. Tyrannical martial prodigy Yuan Venerate Luo felt extremely humiliated. Eagle General, who had followed him for many years, had actually knelt down and begged for mercy. He had even been killed like a useless dog. Humiliation, incomparable humiliation, made Yuan venerate Luo seethe with hatred. His true power surged and broke through the bottleneck of the peak of the third-level true martial realm. His aura rose steadily. He actually broke through. Chernzong was a little surprised. Yuan venerate Luo had actually broken through under such circumstances and reached the fourth-level true martial realm. This also showed that Yuan venerate Luo indeed possessed extraordinary talent. If he had been born in a place like the Longtu region, he might have been able to compare to the geniuses in the camp. Unfortunately, a true dragon could not be raised in shallow water. Chernzong would not have cared even if Yuan venerate Luo had broken through to the ninth-level true martial realm, let alone the fact that he had broken through to the fourth-level true martial realm. As soon as he broke through, Yuan venerate Luo immediately burst forth with all his strength. He took a step forward and his body fell like a meteorite with an astonishing aura. He charged fiercely at Chernzong. It was as if his entire body had become a weapon. He held nothing back. This was an all-out attack. It was also a desperate attack. Even an early-stage fifth-level true martial realm martialist would not be able to withstand this attack. However, Chernzong still did not get up. Instead, he raised his finger and flicked it out. These two simple movements caused a silver ray of light to shoot out and ripple through the air. One ray was like a silver shooting star, while the other was like a meteorite. They collided instantly. The meteorite paused in midair for a moment before dispersing. Blood splattered across the sky as the meteorite was thrown backwards. Even a 7th-level or 8th-level true martial realm martialist would not be able to withstand a casual flick of Chernzong's finger, let alone a 4th-level true martial realm martialist. When he landed, Yuan venerate Luo's entire body was bleeding profusely. His entire body lay in a pool of blood. He was no longer breathing. His eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness. He was dead. Everyone around was deeply moved. Yuan venerate Luo, the pride of the feudal martial alliance, had long been recognized as the next leader of the true martial alliance. He might even have been the top expert of the eastern continent in the future. However, he had now died prematurely. Following Yuan venerate Luo's death, Chernzong flicked his fingers repeatedly. Streaks of silver rays shot out and instantly killed all the martialists that Yuan venerate Luo had brought with him. The people of the true martial alliance and the feudal martial alliance had participated in the incident back then. This had been a grudge. Now, the grudge had been settled. Chernzong could not possibly kill all the people of the true martial alliance and the feudal martial alliance. There was no need for that. Next, it was naturally time to reorganize the true martial alliance. However, what Chernzong wanted to do was only the preliminary reorganization. He didn't have the slightest idea of becoming the alliance master of the true martial alliance. He had already sent people to the royal martial main city to meet with the sect master of the true martial sect, Shangguan Zhenlong. There was no doubt that Shangguan Zhenlong had some ability. It was also possible for him to become the leader of the true martial alliance. When Shangguan Zhenlong heard the news, his first reaction was disbelief. He thought that it was a conspiracy by Luo Zhongba to trick the experts of the true martial sect into going to the Royal Martial Alliance so that they could be wiped out in one fell swoop. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. Having worked with Luo Zhongba for many years, they could be considered old rivals. Shangguan Zhenlong was very clear about Luo Zhongba's temperament. He could not have come up with such a scheme. Or rather, he could have thought of it but would not do it because he disdained it. Luo Zhongba advocated crushing others with force. If he was no match for his opponent, he would bide his time. Perhaps he would play some tricks, but he would never do something like this. In that case, what was going on? Could it be that Chernzong had really barged into the true martial alliance alone and killed Luo Zhongba to make the rest of the true martial alliance submit to him? Out of caution, Shangguan Zhenlong had already sent the second elder to the flying martial city to see if Chen Zong was in the Chen family. However, the news he received was that Chen Zong was nowhere to be found. Chapter 447. Chen Zong had charged into the true martial alliance all by himself, using his extraordinary strength and methods to kill the alliance master of the true martial alliance and all those who opposed him. He had even killed most of the important members of the Overlord martial alliance, wiping out all the voices of opposition. Shangguan Zhenlong quickly brought people over, and with his rich experience and Chen Zong's thunderous methods, he quickly took control of the true martial alliance and merged it into the true martial sect, causing the true martial sect's strength to skyrocket in a short period of time. In just a few days, the situation had quickly stabilized. However, this kind of stability was only on the surface. Since the true martial alliance had merged into the true martial sect, there were many small details that needed to be paid attention to. They could only slowly grind in. It would take at least a few months and at most a few years to completely succeed. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Within a few days, the Black Demon sect received the news and immediately held a meeting. The true martial alliance merged into the true martial sect, and the tripartite balance was broken. Now, the true martial sect has become even more powerful, and it poses a great threat to our sect. The merging of the true martial alliance into the true martial sect was an unexpected outcome. If the true martial sect merged into the true martial alliance, it would be acceptable. But no matter what, the merging of the true martial alliance into the true martial sect was a fact, and the next thing to discuss was how to deal with it. As far as I know, the biggest leader of the merging of the true martial alliance into the true martial sect was Chen Zong. Because of him, the true martial sect was able to annex the true martial alliance. Chen Zong is a big problem. To defeat the true martial sect and unify the Eastern continent, we must first get rid of Chen Zong. I suggest that we immediately launch an all-out attack on the true martial sect, and take advantage of the fact that they have not completely absorbed the true martial alliance to defeat them in one fell swoop. Agreed. I also agree. No one was a fool, and they all understood that after the true martial sect completely absorbed the true martial alliance's power, they would be able to stabilize. At that time, the true martial sect would become very powerful, and they might even launch an attack on the Black Demon sect, putting them in a passive position. It was better to take advantage of the current situation, and take the initiative to attack while the true martial sect was still absorbing the true martial alliance's power, and catch them off guard. In any case, the true martial alliance was stronger than the true martial sect. Therefore, the true martial sect needed a lot of time and energy to completely absorb the true martial alliance. 5 days later, we'll launch a general attack. We'll split into 3 groups. The Black Demon sect's sect master, who had been silent all this time and was shrouded in a long black robe, finally spoke. No one objected, even though they didn't know why 5 days was needed. After all, once the order was given, the Black Demon sect's troops would be gathered. At most, 2 days would be enough. However, the sect master was the most powerful. Whatever he said, no one dared to oppose him. 5 days was actually a very short period of time. The Black Demon sect was intensely preparing. The more time they had, the more ample their preparations would be. They split into 3 groups. The True Martial Main City, the Royal Martial Main City, and the Ultimate Martial Main City went one way. After the last battle, Chen Zong had killed a lot of warriors in the late stage of the genuine martial arts realm. They had suffered a great loss, so they had to make a more detailed plan to divide their forces. No matter when or where, Chen Zong would never stop cultivating, no matter how short the time was. His cultivation base accumulated and improved further, reaching the limit of the 6th level of the genuine martial realm. Next, he would continue to accumulate true power and attack the 7th level of the genuine martial realm. After the true martial sects Shangguan Zhenlong and the others took over, Chen Zong no longer cared about the genuine martial alliance. However, with his deterrence, the annexation of the genuine martial alliance was very simple. There was almost no resistance. Even if there were some discordant voices, they would be suppressed very quickly. The true martial sect's efficiency in annexing the genuine martial alliance was several times faster than the Black Demon sect's estimation because of Chen Zong's existence. However, it was impossible to completely complete it in a short period of time. Shangguan Zhenlong and the others were so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. They hadn't slept for several days. On one hand, they were busy, and on the other hand, they were excited. Today, Shangguan Zhenlong was no longer the same as before. Although he still held the title of True Martial Sect's Sect Master, the value of his title had increased by several times. Similarly, Chen Zong's title as Vice Sect Master was also several times more important. In many people's hearts, Chen Zong was the most important Sect Master. Now the Vice Sect Master's momentum is vast. The Great Elder said without any worry. Great Elder, don't say such things again. Shangguan Zhenlong directly interrupted the Great Elder's words. Without the Vice Sect Master, our true martial sect would not have been able to reach this step. You should also be clear that we are only holding on. In the end, if we were not annexed by the genuine martial alliance, we would be annexed by the Black Demon sect. The Great Elder was silent. This was the truth, and also the truth. In addition, you should also be able to see that the Vice Sect Master's ambition is not here. For him, the sky here is too low, and the land here is too narrow. Shangguan Zhenlong continued. Although his strength was not very strong, he was very good at judging people. I estimate that it won't be long before the Vice Sect Master leaves here. The Great Elder was even more silent. Therefore, Great Elder doesn't have to worry. What should be ours will always be ours. Shangguan Zhenlong finally said with a smile. He was sure that Chen Zong would absolutely not compete with him for the position of Sect Master of the True Martial Sect. If it were not for the Qin family, perhaps even the position of Vice Sect Master would not be accepted by Chen Zong. I was thinking too much. Finally, the Great Elder said with a wry smile. In addition, you must inform everyone that they must do a good job of patrolling and guarding, in order to prevent the Black Demon sect from suddenly attacking. Shangguan Zhenlong said with a stern expression. He also understood that this was a critical period. Only after the genuine martial alliance's strength was completely absorbed would they be able to stabilize. I understand. The Great Elder's face was full of seriousness. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. My divine skill has finally been cultivated. The Black Demon sect's sect master, who was wearing a black robe and seemed to be bathed in darkness, walked out of the private room. He was extremely excited in his heart. After obtaining this divine skill for many years, he had painstakingly cultivated it until now. Although his strength had not increased by much, he now had the means to control others. Chen Zong, this sect master will use you as a sacrifice and make you my slave puppet. The Black Demon sect's sect master was inwardly extremely excited. There was no need to doubt Chen Zong's talent and strength. Since he was able to kill the alliance master of the genuine martial alliance, his strength would not be inferior to his own. Most importantly, his talent and potential were too shocking, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Even if he became his slave puppet, he could still cultivate and improve. In the future, he would definitely be more powerful than him. However, no matter how powerful he would still become his slave puppet and be controlled by him. If he wanted him to live, he would live. If he wanted him to die, he would die. Perhaps by relying on Chen Zong, he would be able to break through the 100 Beast mountain range and enter the legendary world of martial arts. Thinking of this, the Black Demon Sect's sect master could not help but let out a burst of strange laughter. The Black Demon Sect's military forces had already gathered and made all kinds of preparations. They were just waiting for the sect master's order. Launch the general attack. The Black Demon Sect's sect master appeared in front of the Black Demon Sect's army. There was no general mobilization before the battle. Yes. Let's go. One by one, the Black Demon Sect's elders immediately led the martial artists under their command and set out according to the previously planned route. Even if the Black Demon Sect tried their best to conceal this kind of large-scale operation, they could not completely hide it. The genuine martial sect's side also made the corresponding patrols. Not long after, the news was sent back. Assemble, assemble. The Black Demon Sect has launched the general attack. Everyone in the genuine martial sect, assemble. Quickly go and inform the Vice Sect Master. The Black Demon Sect has launched the general attack. The genuine martial sect's side also immediately took action, but there was not much panic. It was unexpected, but also expected. However, it was necessary to inform the Vice Sect Master Chen Zong, because the Vice Sect Master's strength was extremely strong. The Black Demon Sect has launched the general attack. After receiving the news, Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a trace of light. He instantly grasped the Black Demon Sect's intention. It was nothing more than taking advantage of the fact that the genuine martial sect had not completely absorbed the genuine martial alliance's forces to defeat the genuine martial sect. Otherwise, once the situation stabilized, it would become a tug of war. Perhaps the genuine martial sect would even take the initiative. The final battle is about to arrive. Chen Zong had a feeling that he did not have much time left in the Eastern continent. In fact, even if the Black Demon Sect did not launch the general attack, Chen Zong also planned to launch the general attack after the genuine martial sect had completely absorbed the genuine martial alliance's forces. He planned to defeat the Black Demon Sect in one fell swoop, unify the Eastern continent, and leave a good foundation for the Chen family's development. After that, he would leave. The Black Demon Sect's actions had undoubtedly brought forward this time by a few months. Since that was the case, then it was time to fight. Chen Zong was fearless. The Black Demon Sect will split into 3 groups and attack the 3 main cities separately. The third elder said. Is the Black Demon Sect Master accompanying them? Chen Zong asked. The Black Demon Sect Master is leading a large army and is heading towards the Royal Martial City. The third elder answered truthfully. His eyes were fixed on Chen Zong. The hope in his eyes was very obvious. He hoped that Chen Zong could deal with the Black Demon Sect Master. For a long time, the Black Demon Sect Master was very mysterious because no one had ever seen him in action. As for the Black Demon Sect Master's strength, no one knew. They could only guess that the Black Demon Sect Master's strength must be very strong. Currently, within the genuine martial sect, excluding Chen Zong, the most powerful person was the sect master, Shangguan Zhenlong. However, he was still a bit inferior to the genuine martial alliance's alliance master, Luo Zhongba. It was estimated that he was not a match for the Black Demon Sect Master. After thinking about it, only Chen Zong had the possibility of fighting against the Black Demon Sect Master. I will deal with the Black Demon Sect Master. Chen Zong made a prompt decision. There was no need for the third elder to say it. Chen Zong also knew what the third elder meant. However, this was also Chen Zong's own intention. Killing those weak people did not give him any sense of accomplishment, and it was difficult for it to have any effect on tempering himself. This mysterious Black Demon Sect Master might be able to give him some pressure. Only with pressure would there be the motivation to break through. Hearing Chen Zong's words, the third elder suddenly beamed with joy. It was as if he had seen the dawn of hope, and the pressure in his heart was alleviated. The Flying Martial City was located in front of the Royal Martial City. If the Black Demon Sect's army were to attack, their first stop would be the flying martial city. Therefore, Chen Zong led the genuine martial sect's martial artists to wait in front of the flying martial city for the Black Demon Sect's army to arrive. Chapter 448. In front of the flying martial city there was a field. This was the place Chen Zong had chosen to meet the Black Demon Sect's army. On top of a boulder, Chen Zong was standing alone. The strong wind was blowing, and his robe was fluttering, as if he was riding the wind to fly. His figure was like a sea-stabilizing divine needle, making the martial artists of the true martial sect feel calm in their hearts. Looking up, his sharp gaze seemed to pierce through the void, as if he could see the Black Demon Sect's troops. A large group of people was rushing towards them at high speed. Some of the Black Demon Sect's higher-ups had the ability to control demon beasts. Among this army, half of them were demon martial artists, and the other half were demon beasts. The field shook as if a magnificent army was rushing towards them. Their momentum was vigorous and ferocious, like the roar of a gale, and immediately brought heavy pressure to the true martial sect's side. How can there be so many? A true martial realm martial artist was dumbfounded. On his side, there were more than 1,000 true martial realm and energy refining realm martial artists, but the black mass in the distance was more than 1,000 people. In the same realm, the Black Demon Sect's martial artists were often more powerful. With the help of demon beasts, they had a complete advantage. Now they even had the advantage in numbers. How could they fight? Chen Zong's eyesight was outstanding, and he could see the Black Demon Sect's side more clearly. His heart sank slightly. There were more than 1,000 demon beasts and demon martial artists. In terms of numbers, they were at least twice as many as the true martial sect's side. Moreover, those demon beasts were ferocious and brutal. It was unknown how many casualties they would bring to the true martial sect's side. This time, Chen Zong had come alone. The Chen family's senior elder, Taoist Master Huan Yun, and guest elder Meng Xinping had also come. In addition, Chen Chuyun had also come. This period of time was the fastest period of time that Chen Chuyun had cultivated since he was born. With the chaotic heaven origin breaking force, a peerless earth-level cultivation technique, and Chen Zong's guidance, as well as a large number of true martial realm demonic beasts as food, his internal energy was refined very quickly. Now, his cultivation had already reached the 9th cycle of the training realm. Cultivating the peerless earth tier origin chaotic heaven breaking force and the peerless earth tier Navagraha flash dragon sword, wielding a level 1 pseudo-spiritual sword and a level 1 dragon force bracelet, and wearing a level 1 pseudo-spiritual armor, it was enough to sweep through all the eastern continent's force refinement realm martial artists. Chen Chuyun clenched the sword in his hand, and a murderous aura spread out. His face was cold and solemn, and murderous intent filled the depths of his eyes. As soon as the Black Demon Sect's army appeared, they didn't stop for even half a moment. Carrying a torrential momentum, they rushed towards the true martial sect. More than 1,000 demon beasts were at the front. They took the initiative to launch an attack, consuming the true martial sect's strength. Behind them, more than 1,000 demon martial artists were able to annihilate the true martial sect's martial artists, who had suffered casualties due to the battle with the demon beast. Taking long breaths, Chen Zong's eyes sharpened to the extreme as he stared at the army of monster beasts running towards him. He took out the piercing cloud bow. Bundles after bundles of precious iron arrows were placed beside their feet. His hands were like illusions as he knocked 10 arrows onto the piercing cloud bow. He drew the bow to a full moon and released his fingers. The 10 arrows shot out like meteors. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Zong took out another 10 arrows and shot them out. 10 waves of arrows shot out, a total of 100 arrows pierced through the air. In a flash, they crossed 500 meters. Under the influence of his true power, They carried an extremely tyrannical might as they continued forward, breaking through all obstacles. Every arrow released layers upon layers of shockwave. It was a ghastly sight. Chunzong's arrows could even kill a martial artist in the 9th level of the true martial realm, let alone level 6 or 7 demon beasts. Although the Black Demon sect had the ability to control demon beasts, they could only control demon beasts that were much weaker than them. For example, a martial artist in the late stage of the true martial realm could only control level 6 demon beasts. If they were more powerful, they could only control level 7 demon beasts. They simply couldn't control level 8 demon beasts. The speed of the 100 arrows was extremely fast. They flew past like lightning and immediately shot into the bodies of the 100 demon beasts. Some of the arrows even carried a terrifying power as they pierced through the bodies of the weaker demon beasts and shot into the following demon beasts. In just this wave, Chunzong had injured more than 120 demon beasts. This immediately boosted the morale of the true martial sect's side. However, this was only the beginning. After a short rest, Chunzong once again drew his bow. The second wave of 100 arrows pierced through the air and shot out. The demon beast army ran extremely fast. They could cross 1,000 meters in just a short time. Even if Chunzong's speed was even faster, he could only shoot 2 waves of arrows and kill nearly 300 demon beasts. Like Chunzong, many martial artists also drew their bows and shot arrows. However, their archery skills and bows couldn't be compared with Chunzong's. The total number of demon beasts they killed was only a little more than 100. Kill! The piercing cloud bow was put away into the void ring, and the 2 swords were unsheathed. Silver sword light soared into the sky, sword energy surging, and battle intent soaring to the heavens. With a single order, Chunzong took the lead, turning into a beam of light that shot out. Kill! The true martial sect martial artists behind him roared one after another. Their killing intent soared to the sky. With a wave of both swords, 2 silver sword chi pierced through the air. Each sword chi was 20 to 30 meters long, tearing the earth and splitting the sky. As Chunzong waved both swords, one after another, silver sword chi pierced through the air like a storm of sword chi. Wherever it passed, everything was crushed into powder. No matter how tyrannical the demon beasts' bodies were, there was still a limit. They simply couldn't resist Chunzong's sword chi storm. Under the sword chi storm, their bodies were cut open and blood rained down. Like a meat grinder on the battlefield, wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. The demon beasts died one after another. Just Chunzong alone, including the previous 2 waves of arrows, had beheaded more than 400 demon beasts, weakening the strength of the 1,000-strong demon beast army by a small half. The other martial artists' wave of arrows also killed more than 100 demon beasts, annihilating more than half of the demon beast army. This was an unexpected scene, which made the eyes of the Black Demon sect martial artists turn red. They generally knew that Chunzong had good archery skills, but they didn't expect him to be so good. Fortunately, they weren't the vanguard. Otherwise, hundreds of people would have been killed by Chunzong, which would have been a heavy loss. Damn Chunzong! Wu Mo's eyes were cold, and his face was full of hatred. He wanted to turn into the fire of 9 underworlds and burn Chunzong to ashes. This scene reminded him of the previous time when he brought people here. In the end, they were shot one by Chunzong. In the end, even he was captured alive. One of his arms was cut off and taken as a hostage. He would never forget that kind of humiliation even if he lived for 10,000 years. Chunzong didn't know what Wu Mo was thinking. With both swords in his hands, he started killing without any scruples. He was so excited that he let out a long howl. The howl soared into the sky and shook the earth. Kill, kill, kill to your heart's content. The extremely pure true power of the horizontal and horizontal sword surged in his body. he performed the 28th style of the horizontal and horizontal sword art to his heart's content. Every sword turned into a silver sword light, which was more dazzling than the sun, faster than a meteor, and fiercer than lightning. 5th level demonic beast? Kill with one sword. 6th level demonic beast? Kill with one sword. 7th level demonic beast? Kill with one sword. If there were no 8th level demonic beasts, he would also kill with one sword. An invincible sword. An invincible sword. An invincible sword. An unparalleled sword. Up and down. Left and right. Unparalleled in all directions. Only I am the strongest. Vaguely, Chunzong felt that he seemed to have touched on a deeper level of the horizontal and horizontal sword art. A mysterious feeling emerged from the depths of his soul and spread throughout his body like an electric current. A unique spiritual will quickly condensed, as if it was about to undergo some kind of inexplicable change. And this change made Chunzong's mind more compatible with the horizontal and horizontal sword art, making the power of the horizontal and horizontal sword art more powerful. Chunzong estimated that under this inexplicable enlightenment, the power of his horizontal and horizontal sword art increased by at least 10%. 10%, although it didn't seem much, it was actually very obvious. The more powerful the martial artist, the more obvious and tyrannical the 10% increase was. Chunzong's two swords danced in the air. It was as if he had transformed into a silver sun, releasing intense light and heat. Every beam of silver light was a sword light that pierced through the air. Every beam of sword light pierced through several demonic beasts. The terrifying sword chi had already minced the insides of those demonic beasts, killing them instantly. 1 man against 1,000. The martial artists of the true martial sect followed closely behind Chunzong. With Chunzong as the leader, they were like an awl that fiercely pierced into the army of demonic beasts and started a massacre. Layer by layer. However, the demonic beasts were also very fierce. Even if they were beheaded, they still rushed over without fear of death. They couldn't cause the slightest pressure to Chunzong, but they still killed some of the true martial sect's martial artists. In the crowd, Chunchun's long sword was sharp and deadly. While killing the demonic beasts, she also paid attention to protecting herself. Chunchun originally had a good talent for swordsmanship, and the foundation of her swordsmanship was very solid. After several years of continuous fighting and killing, she seemed to have formed a style of her own. With Chunzong's guidance and inspiration, she went one step further and comprehended the first stage of unity of body and sword. She advanced by leaps and bounds and became even sharper. Every sword carried an astonishing killing intent. Ordinary martial artists of the same cultivation level simply couldn't block a single sword. After a series of massacres, the army of Black Demon Sect's martial artists also arrived behind the army of demonic beasts. Kill Chunzong first. A group of Black Demon Sect's late-stage true martial realm martial artists attacked one after another. Countless black lights surged and black smoke filled the air. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they bombarded Chunzong. They could all see that Chunzong was the strongest one on the true martial sect's side. He was also the one with the most astonishing lethality. If Chunzong didn't die, the Black Demon Sect's side would suffer heavy losses. Even if they won in the end, most of the Black Demon Sect's experts would die. Therefore, Chunzong had to die. The Black Demon Sect's sect leader's whole body was covered in a black robe. He stood among the Black Demon Sect's martial artists and didn't say a word. His eyes were fixed on Chunzong. He didn't feel the slightest bit of regret for the death of the demonic beast army. He only felt excitement because he had seen Chunzong's strength with his own eyes. Very, very strong. Even if he personally attacked, he might not be able to defeat Chunzong. Even if he had a divine skill, he didn't have full confidence that he could make Chunzong surrender and become his slave. Let Chen Zong experience the battle first and consume his strength. It would be best if he could be injured. That way, he would have a greater chance of making him surrender. Facing a group attack, Chen Zong was happy and fearless. His face was as cold and solemn as ice. With 2 swords in his hands, he broke through the air and attacked. His sword chi was overbearing and sharp, and there was nothing it couldn't break. Kill. With a heart full of hot blood and willpower, Chen Zong cut through one attack after another and killed his way into the group of Black Demon Sect's late-stage true martial realm martial artists. This kind of sword chi was incomparably overbearing and sharp. Who could block it? Immediately, the first late-stage true martial realm martial artist was killed, followed by the second. Chapter 449. The Black Demon Sect's army was divided into 3 groups. Each group consisted of thousands of martial artists and thousands of demon beasts. On the true martial main city's side, the sect master of the true martial sect, Shangguan Zhenlong, led a group of true martial sect's martial artists to meet the Black Demon Sect's army in a mountainous area. On the ultimate martial main city's side, the true martial sect's great elder and second elder led the true martial sect's martial artists to meet the Black Demon Sect's army. Fortunately, the Black Demon Sect's main force attacked the royal martial main city because Chen Zong was there. In the eyes of the Black Demon Sect, Chen Zong was extremely important. Only by defeating Chen Zong could they truly defeat the true martial sect. Therefore, they concentrated their main force to deal with Chen Zong. This greatly reduced the pressure on Shangguan Zhenlong and the others. Otherwise, they would have already been defeated. Even so, Shangguan Zhenlong and the others were still under great pressure. They were in a life-and-death situation and could be killed if they were careless. When the 2 sides clashed, someone was injured and killed in almost every breath. This battle was related to the survival of the true martial sect and the Black Demon Sect. It was related to who would be in charge of the Eastern continent. It was extremely important. In the wilderness outside the flying martial city, demon beast corpses were everywhere. There were also human corpses mixed in. Blood flowed like a river and spread out. The thick smell of blood was extremely pungent. Chen Zong stood in place and waved his 2 swords. In almost every breath, hundreds of sharp silver sword lights broke through the air and tore apart all the attacks and obstacles around him. Under the 2 swords, nothing could not be broken. There was nothing that could not be destroyed. The surrounding area was filled with broken corpses. The battle between the 2 armies was extremely fierce. The formation had already been broken, and everyone was fighting for themselves. After all, they were martial artists and not a real army. They could not be as orderly as the other side. Chen Zongyun's sword was sharp and full of killing intent. Her opponent was the Black Demon Sect's Qi Refining Realm martial artist. Chen Zongyun's strength was tyrannical. It could be said that she could sweep away all the Eastern continent's Qi Refining Realm martial artists. Wherever the sword light passed, Black Demon Sect's Qi Refining Realm martial artists were beheaded. Among the thousands of Black Demon Sect martial artists, most of them were in the Qi Refining Realm. The true martial realm martial artists were in the minority. The true martial sect's side was the same. Blood splattered everywhere. Chen Chuyun's outstanding slaughter had already attracted the attention of the Black Demon Sect. An early-stage true martial realm martial artist of the Black Demon Sect quickly approached Chen Chuyun and punched out. The ferocious and terrifying Qi energy bombarded Chen Chuyun. The astonishing pressure was like an invisible mountain falling down. Chen Chuyun immediately found it difficult to breathe. It was as if his entire body was being restrained and suppressed, making it difficult for him to move. Chen Chuyun's expression changed. She tried her best to activate the chaotic heaven-breaking energy to break free from the terrible pressure brought by this punch. However, the huge gap between the real martial arts realm and the Qi Refining realm made it difficult for her to move. Although Chen Chuyun's strength was not weak, he was still only at the Qi refining realm. His combat strength, according to the star-level combat strength, was only at the 3-star level. A fist as large as a mountain appeared in front of his eyes, and the shadow of death enveloped him. Anger, unwillingness, and helplessness made Chen Chuyun unable to resist and could only accept the approach of death. In the blink of an eye, just as the ferocious fist was about to land, a beam of silver sword light pierced through the air. Although it was launched later, it arrived first and shattered the fist. Then, it pierced through the owner of the fist. It was Chen Zong's move. While fighting, Chen Zong was also paying attention to the movements around him, especially the movements of Chen Chuyun, Immortal Huan Yun, Meng Xinping, and the other two. Chen Chuyun was in danger, so naturally, Chen Zong would not stand by and let her be killed. Under the two swords, the area within 100 meters seemed to have become a land of death. Everything would be pierced and killed by the two swords. LV7 of the real martial arts realm. Kill. LV8 of the real martial arts realm. Kill. LV9 of the real martial arts realm. Kill. The demon warriors of the Black Demon sect were indeed more powerful than ordinary warriors, but that was only relatively speaking. Compared with Chen Zong, they were nothing. Especially when Chen Zong's cultivation reached the peak of LV6 of the real martial arts realm, his strength became even more tyrannical. Naturally, the Black Demon sect also had top-notch elders like Hong He, but there weren't many of them. They had split their forces into 3 groups, and each of the other 2 groups had at least one of them. Currently, there was only one top-notch elder on this side, and he was the strongest person under the Black Demon sect's sect leader. Demon transformation. This top elder was hovering in the air like a blood-red eagle. His sharp claws were waiting for an opportunity to strike. His eyes were extremely sharp, shooting out rays of light. He stared at Chen Zong as if he had locked onto his prey, looking for an opportunity to strike. He had already been instructed by the Black Demon sect leader to look for an opportunity to injure Chen Zong at all costs. In addition, he did not care how many casualties there were on the Black Demon sect's side. At the end of the day, the Black Demon sect had launched an all-out attack in order to defeat the true martial sect and unify the Eastern continent. However, the Black Demon sect's sect leader's biggest goal in launching the all-out attack was to control Chen Zong and use him for his own purposes. Chen Zong naturally felt that the Black Demon sect elder was spying on him from the sky. Therefore, he purposely exposed a flaw to let the other party feel that there was an opportunity to strike. As expected, the top-notch clan elder who was hovering in the air immediately flew down. A violent and sharp true power wrapped around his entire body, and his entire person transformed into a huge blood-red eagle, bringing along an astonishing killing intent as he flew down from the sky. His sharp claws created layers of shockwaves as he clawed towards Chen Zong. It was as if a mountain would be crushed by his claws. If it were Shangguan Zhenlong, he would not be able to block this attack. Even Luo Zhongbao would find it difficult to block it. However, Chen Zong was neither Shangguan Zhenlong nor Luo Zhongbao. Not to mention, he had purposely exposed a flaw. He raised both swords, tearing the sky apart, and brazenly attacked the blood-red eagle. Sharp, overbearing, and ferocious, the unparalleled sword was unparalleled. Kill. In an instant, the elder knew that he had been tricked. However, there was no room for regret. He gathered all his strength and erupted without reservation. Even if he died, he would drag Chen Zong down with him. Kill. Fearless and disdainful, there was a kind of invincibility in the unseen world. Chen Zong, who vaguely understood, had a deeper understanding of the crisscrossing technique and the crisscrossing sword art. The power he could unleash was also getting stronger. This sword was the 28th move of the crisscrossing sword art. Its power surpassed the 28th move and was close to the 29th move. The silver sword radiance shone and soared into the sky. It directly tore and pierced through the blood-red eagle's claws. The true power dissipated. The Black Demon Sect elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was killed so easily. Wu Mo saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but tremble. He was even stronger. Chen Zong's strength was even stronger than before. Previously, it seemed that he had used a terrifying sword art to kill Elder Hong. However, this time, he did not use that terrifying sword art and killed the Blood Eagle Elder. If he was given more time, he would be invincible in the whole world. Wu Mo hoped that Master could kill him. Otherwise, with this person in the Eastern continent, the Black Demon Sect would not be able to dominate. Wu Mo was very regretful now. He was extremely regretful. That year, if he had paid more attention and brought more experts, or even warriors of the real Force realm, he would have been able to kill Chen Zong. Today's situation would not have happened. He regretted it so much. However, it had already happened and he had come to this point. No matter how much he regretted it, it was useless. The Black Demon Sect leader had been staring at Chen Zong. When he saw Chen Zong kill the Blood Eagle Elder with only one move, his pupils under the black robe shrank like needles. Strong. Too strong. With this kind of strength, even if he personally attacked, he might not be a match for the opponent. Fortunately, he was cautious enough and did not rashly attack Chen Zong. Otherwise, he might have been killed by Chen Zong before he could use his divine skill. Soon, the Black Demon Sect leader thought to himself. He was always paying attention to Chen Zong's movements. After fighting for so long, Chen Zong should have consumed a lot of his strength. The Blood Eagle Elder fell, smashing a deep hole in the ground. The other Black Demon Sect warriors were shocked. They did not dare to attack Chen Zong again. However, the Black Demon Sect leader had given a death order. They must attack Chen Zong and consume Chen Zong's strength. Chen Zong attracted a lot of firepower from the Black Demon Sect, thus reducing the pressure on the other True Force Sect warriors. It also indirectly reduced the casualties. Although Chen Zong was very strong, he was still a human and not a god. His true power and physical strength were constantly being consumed. His recovery speed was very fast, but it could not keep up with the consumption. After all, this kind of battle was very fierce. Moreover, Chen Zong was also unable to block all the concentrated attack. Occasionally, an attack would fall on his body. Although it was blocked, it also increased the consumption of Chen Zong's strength. The Black Demon Sect leader had been staring at Chen Zong. He was very skillful. He did not stare directly, so as not to attract Chen Zong's attention. Instead, he used the corner of his eyes to avoid alerting Chen Zong. Looking at his subordinates dying one by one under Chen Zong's sword, looking at the strands of blood splashing in the air, the Black Demon Sect leader's heart was very calm. It was as if the people who died had nothing to do with him. They were just a group of insignificant livestock. A fierce blow penetrated Chen Zong's defense and hit his back. A terrifying power erupted. Although it was blocked and did not injure Chen Zong's body could not help but rush forward. His breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and he was dripping with sweat. He was very excited, but also very tired. Chen Zong did not know how many demon beasts and demon warriors he had beheaded under his sword. The time has come. A hint of joy flashed through the Black Demon Sect leader's eyes. His black robe fluttered without wind, and he waved his arms, leaving behind layers of afterimages. Countless black smoke-like wisps filled the surroundings and turned into black light. They quickly gathered from all directions, and like a spiraling pillar, they poured down and entered the Black Demon Sect leader's head. The black robe on his head was lifted, revealing an old and skinny face that was as dark as a dried orange peel. His eyes were deep and dark, as if they were black holes, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Countless black lights converged, causing the pair of eyes to become increasingly dark and deep. It was as if a vortex was slowly rotating counterclockwise, causing people's souls to tremble. In an instant, Chen Zong had an ominous premonition for no reason. A cold current suddenly surged, penetrating through his spine, causing Chen Zong's body to involuntarily tremble. 3. Nether Soul Control. With me as the master. The faint voice was like a chilly wind blowing from an icy abyss, causing the surrounding temperature to inexplicably drop. Everyone in the battle could not help but shiver. Chapter 450. 2 streaks of black light, bringing with them a heart-palpitating, hair-raising darkness, instantly streaked across the sky. Wherever the streaks of light passed, the sky behind them seemed to be rapidly spreading with darkness, swallowing the sky, swallowing the earth, and swallowing the world. It was too fast, as if a demon god had descended. Chen Zong had no way of dodging, as if even time had slowed down, and even space had been frozen. The 2 streaks of dark light seemed to be thousands of years old, but in fact, they passed through Chen Zong's eyes in an instant and shot into his mind. Chen Zong's body trembled, then stiffened, as if he had turned into a statue, motionless. Countless streaks of dark light flickered in his eyes, as if a part of the world was surging. The 2 streaks of dark light shot into Chen Zong's mind, entered the spiritual space between his eyebrows, and suddenly exploded, turning into a black curtain that quickly spreading out and covering the entire spiritual space. The 3 Serenities mind control art was said to be a divine technique, but in fact, it was a strange secret technique that the Black Demon sect leader accidentally found somewhere in the 100 Beast Mountain in his early years. After many years of cultivation, he finally mastered it. Chen Zong was one of the people who had used this secret technique. This was a spiritual type secret technique. Once cultivated, one would not be able to cultivate any other spiritual type secret technique. It was very overbearing. The Black Demon sect leader's spiritual power had turned black, and more than half of it rushed into Chen Zong's spiritual space and quickly spread out. Once it covered Chen Zong's spiritual space, Chen Zong would be controlled by the 3 Serenities mind control art and become the Black Demon sect leader's slave. His body couldn't move, but Chen Zong's spiritual will was still clear. He could clearly feel that the strange black spiritual power was emitting an endless chill, and it quickly spread out in his spiritual space, quickly occupying half of it. This terrifying black spiritual power was overbearing and cold, and it was several times stronger than normal spiritual power. Even though Chen Zong's spiritual power was strong, it was difficult for him to completely resist it in a short period of time. He could only continuously condense his spiritual power to resist it, but he was still defeated by the opponent's spiritual power step by step. The chill was bone-piercing, and Chen Zong felt that his soul was about to be frozen. After retreating in defeat, he gathered his mental power and defended his final position. As far as his mind could reach, Chen Zong could only see patches of darkness spreading toward him. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses coming from all directions, and he himself was like a wounded soldier. Even so, Chen Zong had no intention of admitting defeat. My will is like a sword. My sword moves unhindered. Under the assault of the Black Demon sect master's overbearing and cold mental energy, Chen Zong's willpower became increasingly condensed. Vaguely, it seemed as if it was about to emit a misty halo. He would not give up until the very end. Even if it was the end, he would use all his remaining strength to stimulate his hidden strength to fight back. Perhaps he would be able to turn the tables and win. In the outside world, the battle was still going on. It was too intense. They were unaware of Chen Zong's changes, but without Chen Zong, the pressure on the true martial sect's martial artists suddenly increased. Fortunately, Chen Zong had already beheaded many of the Black Demon sect's martial artists. The battle in the spiritual space was even more bizarre and dangerous than a real battle. Although there would be no bloodshed, if Chen Zong was defeated, he would become the opponent's slave. His life and death would be in the opponent's control. That kind of life was worse than death. Apart from the Black Demon Sect Master, no one else knew about Chen Zong's current situation. Even if they knew, they would be powerless to intervene. What a strong willpower! The Black Demon Sect Master was secretly surprised. He had cultivated the Three Spectres mind control technique for many years, so he was deeply aware of its power. Although he had never used it before, he was very clear that an ordinary 9th-level true martial realm martial artist would not be able to withstand it for more than 3 breaths of time. But now, Chen Zong had withstood it for more than 10 breaths of time. This kind of willpower was many times stronger than an ordinary 9th-level true martial realm martial artist. However, the more this was the case, the happier the Black Demon Sect Master was. The stronger Chen Zong's willpower was, the greater the sense of accomplishment in subduing him. In addition, it also meant that Chen Zong's potential was even greater. Within Chen Zong's spiritual space, endless darkness filled the air and densely surrounded him from all directions. Only at the very center, there was a faint silver halo of light that was still flickering, guarding the last small position. It was like a candle in the wind that was stubbornly burning. The Black Demon Sect Master himself was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. The Three Spectres mind control technique he cultivated was even more overbearing. In this aspect, Chen Zong, whose cultivation was only at the peak of the 6th level of the true martial realm, was still somewhat inferior to the opponent. However, Chen Zong also possessed a quality that the opponent did not possess. Tenacity, incomparable tenacity. Gradually, Chen Zong could feel the coldness pervading the air. It penetrated his soul and permeated his entire body. His pure yang qi and blood seemed to be frozen because of it. His life force also seemed to be gradually devoured. The situation was irreversible. Under the absolute disparity in strength, Chen Zong's resistance was crushed bit by bit. When the last bit of spiritual light was swallowed up by the darkness, Chen Zong's eyes completely changed. Not a trace of white could be seen in his eyes. It was as if his pupils had expanded and completely filled his eyes. It was complete darkness, pure darkness, absolute darkness. The instant this pair of eyes appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted and quickly spread out, causing everyone to feel a chill. They could not help but tremble. When someone's eyes met Chen Zong's, their entire body trembled incessantly. They felt as if their souls were being absorbed. It was absolutely horrifying. Come here. The Black Demon Sect Master's dark old face, which was like a wrinkled orange peel, revealed a mysterious smile. He suddenly opened his mouth and gave Chen Zong an order. The Black Demon Sect Master could clearly feel that he had established a connection with Chen Zong. It was a connection with him as the leader. Hearing the Black Demon Sect Master's words, Chen Zong immediately strode towards the Black Demon Sect Master. His expression was extremely cold. His body was surrounded by an extremely shocking aura. It was extremely cold. It was completely different from the usual Chen Zong. As far as everyone's eyes could see, there seemed to be a layer of darkness pervading Chen Zong's body. It rapidly spread from the soles of his feet to his head. It was as if his entire body had turned into a dark demon god. Step by step, the darkness invaded. When it covered Chen Zong's head and was about to spread to the top of his head, a sudden change occurred. Chen Zong's raised foot stopped in midair. Within his spiritual space, a speck of silver light suddenly lit up. It was incomparably sharp. It was the light emitted by the mysterious sword tip. The mysterious sword tip, which had been silent for a long time, once again released its own power. The silver light spread out and repelled the surrounding darkness in an extremely domineering manner. One after another, silver dragons could be seen dancing in the air. Vaguely, there seemed to be a roar that could shatter the heavens and earth, and it tore the surrounding darkness apart. The domineering and cold dark energy was completely no match for the mysterious sword tip's power. Bits of darkness retreated from Chen Zong's head. "What's going on?" The Black Demon Sect Master's expression changed greatly. This sudden change was completely out of his control. He had no idea what had happened. Could it be that he hadn't truly mastered the secret technique? No, he had already mastered it. He had also successfully used it. Then why did this change occur? Suddenly, the Black Demon Sect Master's expression changed greatly. He thought of a very serious problem. This problem was even more serious than his life. Without the slightest hesitation, the Black Demon Sect Master went all out and used the three Nethermind control technique once again. Once again, two rays of deep black light shot out from his eyes. They passed through Chen Zong's eyes and shot into the spiritual space. Once again, they quickly spread out. They combined the previous mysterious energy and formed a second round of attack. However, this kind of power was still unable to resist the mysterious sword tip's power. It could only last for a few breaths of time. The darkness on Chen Zong's body continuously retreated. The Black Demon Sect Master finally panicked. "Kill him! Quickly, quickly, kill him!" Hearing the Black Demon Sect Master's words, the Black Demon Sect's true martial realm warriors quickly reacted. One by one, they attacked Chen Zong. At the same time, the darkness on Chen Zong's body completely retreated. It disappeared from his feet. Within Chen Zong's opened eyes, the pure and absolute darkness also quickly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The instant Chen Zong's eyes returned to normal, the Black Demon Sect Master's body trembled. He froze and did not move at all. His eyes also began to rapidly change. Absolute, pure darkness began to fill his eyes. Looking at the attacks coming from all directions, Chen Zong's hands trembled. Sword light broke through the air and tore apart the attacks, killing several Black Demon Sect members. "Kill them!" Chen Zong opened his mouth and pointed at the Black Demon Sect's true martial realm warriors. Just as everyone was confused, the Black Demon Sect Master took the initiative. He turned into a ray of black light. In an instant, his sharp claws pierced through the chest of a Black Demon Sect's late-stage true martial realm warrior. He even grabbed a warm and beating heart. What exactly happened? Why did the Black Demon Sect Master listen to Chen Zong's orders and kill the Black Demon Sect's people? Even Wu Mo didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that the Black Demon Sect Master cultivated the three Nethermind control technique. "Master!" Wu Mo couldn't help but shout. The Black Demon Sect Master turned his head, as if he heard Wu Mo's shout. The depth of his eyes made Wu Mo's body stiffen. He felt as if his soul was being frozen. In the next moment, Wu Mo only felt that the light in front of him turned dark. It was as if the world was turning upside down. He didn't know when his chest had been pierced through and his heart had been dug out. He had died an incomparably miserable death. Even his own disciple was killed. The other Black Demon Sect's martial artists were even more inexplicably horrified. The true martial sect's martial artists were also very surprised. They didn't know what had happened. However, Chen Zong's face was full of smiles. In fact, Chen Zong was also very surprised. It could even be said that he was shocked. He didn't know what method the Black Demon Sect Master had used to control him. He had almost succeeded. He was about to become the Black Demon Sect Master's slave and control his life and death. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the mysterious sword point that had been silent for a long time once again exerted its power, allowing him to reverse the situation in one fell swoop. What was even more unexpected was that, after reversing the situation, the Black Demon Sect Master was actually controlled instead. The overbearingness of the three Nethermind control technique was also reflected here. The consequence of not being able to control the opponent was to be controlled by the opponent. Of course, if the opponent was killed before being controlled, then it could be removed. Unfortunately, it was one step too late. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.